same like goal, same work ethic. Vax and Madness had a huge like run back in the day, if anybody knows, if they've been around in the scene for that long. So they've got that chemistry, and I'm just filling my role, doing my thing. And me and Vax just really balance Madness out really well. He used to be a really passive IGL, and now we're getting to show him and his mechanics off in front of everybody, because I feel like he's been slept on way too long.
Yeah, make some noise, Madness! So Vax, what do you think of that? Why are you guys working so well together?
I mean, yeah, Keon's right. Madness and I have gone way back, so our chemistry is really good. Our biggest thing is cohesion. I think our cohesion, our communication, our energy is just like, it just works. It's like 3 people calming, and we just all trust each other.
You guys vibe so well. So I got a question for you. A lot of the NA teams haven't looked like the powerhouse that they usually are, you know, the region NA. Why do you think that is?
I think it's complacency. I think a lot of NA teams are like, they got really complacent. And I still think we're the strongest region. Don't get me wrong, but I'm kind of glad everyone's getting humbled. I'm really glad we're all getting humbled.
Look at that. Maybe another region winning this LAN. So Keon, to all the teams that gave everything they have in Pro League but didn't make it to LAN, what are some words of encouragement you have for them?
Just don't stay complacent and make sure that like you can control the things you can control. Like even us, we're not perfect. We came like, oh man, we came 20th, 19th, and 10th and still made it here. You can do it too, bro. Like you just don't get frustrated. Control the things you can control, and you know you'll be here next time. Like there's a buttload of teams that can make it to LAN here, and like especially from NA. Like we're missing Optic, Xset, like a bunch of teams that are like powerhouses that were like set to do really well, and they just kind of like, I think they got complacent, and I think that's like the biggest issue right now.
It happens. So crowd, make some noise for 2 of the best in the world. Glitter, take it away.
Thanks so much, Peeps. Fantastic job interviewing our players as always. But I love that we get to hear that. Vaxon saying, I'm kind of glad that people are getting humbled right now. A little bit of an opportunity to learn, right?
Yeah, I think you could approach it that way. When I was talking to a lot of the coaches and analysts from North America specifically prior to playoffs, a lot of them were talking about, well, you know, it's interesting when we approach playoffs because, in my opinion, North American Pro League is a little more difficult than playing against the other regions just based upon how it plays out. Well, then you hear from Keon and Vaxon, and well, they're just saying you can't get complacent. You have to work towards what the other regions bring, and I think all of them are skilled in different things.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things, and I might make some enemies saying this, but I mean, we have seen, with Season 20, we saw the biggest meta shift we've ever seen in Apex. I mean, we have entirely new systems working, macro has completely changed, and I do think there's a lot of NA teams have gotten a lot complacent. And again, I'm going to catch flack for saying this because obviously my team didn't make it, but I do think, from what I study from other teams, there are a lot of NA teams, surprisingly, that don't understand the macro that well still. Like they're great teams, they're obviously great scrappers, but like there's so many macro mistakes that they can learn from. And I'm hoping that at least the group stage is a wake-up call enough that that NA doesn't just fade away the rest of the tournament. I want to see them come back as well.
Yeah.
And I do want to say on that complacency, I feel like when you're at the top, it's a little harder to maybe come into this LAN and have that same fire because the other teams are trying to catch you. And
Sure.
NA might feel that way, but we're seeing so far, a lot of these other regions, they're showing up to play. And some of these regions too, like APAC North, they're sort of renowned for being difficult to adapt to because of the different comps they run, the different play styles they have. And so, I mean, if NA doesn't put the foot on the gas pedal, then who knows what we could see.
And I feel like we've talked about that a lot at previous LANs as well, but no LAN has been as, it's been as evident just how much of a wrench APAC can throw into the play style and the rhythm of NA and EMEA, especially when you consider that, we talk about this all the time, every single year, the level of competition gets better. All of the individual players are getting better, and they all kind of have to converge on this global stage with lots of unknown factors that you are currently hashing out in group stage. This is like your opportunity to really try and nail down the last few things that you can then bring into the bracket portion of the competition.
No, and I completely agree. And when I was listening to Hotsick talk about it, we get really surface level on the macro mistakes that we're looking at. Do we have any in particular scenarios that you wanted to highlight that you'd witnessed throughout?
Not without making a couple enemies.
Okay, but we can make some enemies. It's fine.
Maybe further down the broadcast when we get a little more unhinged.
Send it then.
Jayhawk looks ready to say something.
Nope.
Everybody's playing it safe. Everybody is playing it safe right now. Either way, this now leaves us with only 2 more series in the group stage before we figure out exactly kind of where everyone will be seated. Looking towards the future, Jayhawk, any expectations?
I mean, we're speaking about NA and can they bounce back? And I'm looking at some of these next sets because, you know, some of these teams, they didn't have those performances, but we talked about LG yesterday. Can they bounce back? Maybe Oxygen. They had an okay series and they were feeling confident. But I talked to Vayne and he didn't feel like the first few games quite went their way, and it took a little bit to get into that rhythm. So maybe in these next 2 sets, they can really figure it out.
Hotsick, what about you?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same vein. I mean, I think you're starting to see the NA teams pick up a little steam. Like, as much as it, I think, would make an interesting storyline to see TSM not do well. I mean, they are a very momentum-based team, and they are kind of like a second-half kind of team. Like, they, no matter how bad they do, I don't think I'll ever count them out because history has proven they are literally never out.
Oh, yeah.
So that's one of those teams that's you always have to keep your eye on. You give them an inch in the game. They haven't found many inches yet, but you give them an inch in the game and they will go miles with it. So definitely looking forward to a lot of hopefully the NA bounce back. I want this to be interesting.
And then Tiff, your thoughts on the potential next series as well?
Oh man, so we got B and D coming up next?
Yeah.
Well, for the players that are in Group B, good luck on playing all the series in a row. That war of attrition, the momentum based, if you had a good performance, you'll be able to carry that throughout the next one. But despite if you didn't have that, well, maybe now's the time to turn up that fire.
And I'll have to see, because you and I also picked Reject for the next one.
Don't tell anyone.
Okay,
Don't tell
sorry.
anyone.
We're not going to talk about that. We're going to take a look at the overall standings and see where everybody is right now for the group stage. Dark Zero still at the top, 127. No one been able to catch up to them yet, but Aurora chipping away at it slowly. Meanwhile, you can see all of these shifts that are happening based off of, obviously, the arrows there on the right side of your screen. Any big surprises for you when we're looking at these, Jayhawk?
Well, I mean, looking at this top 5, I feel like we're starting to see some of these teams that feel pretty locked in. So DZ, Aurora, VP, Alliance, Fnatic, and out of those teams, no surprises except for VP. They're kind of standing out because although they have Sharky, although they have Pricey, and Wei, as I've talked about, one of those upcoming controller players, I don't think people are expecting them to be 3rd through 2 sets. And with that kind of momentum, a 70 point series yesterday, what could they do in this next series today?
Absolutely, and we're looking at the second page here. TSM having shifted up 14 spots and then looking down here towards the bottom. Some of these teams, you can see they've already played 2 series, one last opportunity. It's now do or die, right? They need to get everything in the next series that they can. Otherwise, they're going to be moving into that elimination bracket. It doesn't mean they're out. They still have an opportunity, Hotsick, but they're definitely going to be keeping that in the back of their mind.
Absolutely. I mean, even though group stages ultimately don't really influence the end result, you can make a losers bracket run and win and whatnot. It never feels good. Like, it feels bad because to do bad in group stage, it just feels like, in the team environment, it feels like you aren't figuring out how to play this current lane. Every lane is different from scrims. It's different from every lane prior. So, obviously, like, the big one right now, like, that I'm sure a lot of people are looking at is LG in 38.
Yeah, we'll have to.
That is, yeah. Wouldn't want to be Slayer in that booth.
Listen, we'll be keeping our eyes on LG.
And now swapping around with the melee. Oh man, even with the Eagle Shield disadvantage, deep thrown Aurora for game number 4. TSM looking to get second as Fnatic as a 3 fragile. Once you start throwing stones. Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic.
I've ended worlds.
What is one measly legend? Not done yet, Dad. This bird's got fangs.
Took down some prey.
When Apex Legends first burst onto the scene, the game came with a cast of 8 playable characters, headlined by Wraith and Pathfinder, whose abilities pushed the already exciting movement the game had to offer to the next level. Naturally, as a competitive scene formed, these 2 characters were also the foundational pieces of the early meta. But over the next couple of years, Gibraltar and Caustic began to chip away at the thrones held by this duo, and that takeover became cemented in the early part of May when Valkyrie was released. She, combined with Gibraltar and Caustic, brought about a legend composition so strong that nearly every single competitive team in the world was using it. Gibraltar, Caustic, and Valkyrie had become the dominant meta. While this trio of legends sat atop the mountain, a newcomer had arrived that immediately threatened to change everything. Seer was released and took Apex by storm. With his abilities to passively see enemy teams anywhere within range, a tactical that would lead to certain death, and an ultimate that was essentially temporary wall hacks, everything about him was broken, leading to immense outcry from the player base that something had to change. And Respawn heard the feedback, nerfing Seer within a few weeks of his release. The competitive scene had thought the reign of Gibby and Caustic was coming to an end, but this nerf quelled the rebellion, and they dropped him entirely. The kings of the meta remained comfortably on the throne, until his Wattson showed up.
I'm looking. I'm on the... I'll do a 10 on Gibby on the battle. Got him. Give 90. Give slow down. On me. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Good shit. You gonna swing that left side, maybe? Dude, yeah. I'm in this. I'm not in that. He didn't heal.
Prevented it from healing.
It's big, and that's gonna give him the reds now because he's gonna have to heal back up. That buys them the time. Seer is legit. Seer is here to stay. And Zera gonna connect. Oh my god, this fuse and Seer combo!
And he's got 3 thermites. Make it another. Do we see a third? It doesn't even matter because it's Wattson cleans up Space Nation Gaming.
Give me slow. 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 Behind you. You got that. Behind you. You got that. You got it, bro. You got that. It's just you. You got it.
Are you kidding me? His Wattson is an animal!
The game is not merciful to those who lack imagination.
Before his Wattson could ever break Apex Legends, we have to go all the way back to May of 2020. ALGS Online number 6 is taking place, and we have a team who is completely unknown competing. Now, they don't make it to the finals lobby, so it wasn't the most noteworthy of runs, but it was our first time seeing his Wattson dip his toes into competitive Apex. But we fast forward to Season 10, and Wattson's Apex career almost ended before it even truly started. You see, he lived in a small town in Arkansas, and the internet there was inconsistent to say the least. And with constant crashes, Wattson had reached a breaking point where he thought he might have to give up gaming. But in steps his good friend Keon to save the day.
Then the internet stopped working. It just didn't work.
And he like just messaged and he's like, hey guys, like I can't do this. Guys, like I can't do this like anymore into like our group chat or pretty much. And he's like, I just can't play. My internet is like not working.
I'm living with my parents. I don't want to be a burden to my parents at some point. I got to move out. The internet sucks. I'm just gonna have to go get a job or something. I don't know. Gotta do something. I don't want to get a job or something. I don't know. Gotta do something. I don't want to live with my parents.
I just asked my mom. I ended up asking my mom, and I was like, hey, hey, can like Wattson come in and like just stay with us? And my mom was like, sure, but like he's gonna have to pay rent. I paid my mom for like 4 months of rent. And I told Wattson, I was like, you can come stay if you want. Like the offer's on the table.
And then he called me. And he was like, dude, Wattson, I let you live with me. Wattson, I let you live with me. Will you grind for number 1 and 2 and just stream and grow our careers? And I was like, I guess. I was like, but I'm not getting on a plane because I was scared of planes. So I was like, if you're gonna come over there, you have to come pick me up. Like you need to drive from Arkansas, 20 hours, come pick me up and drive me back. And if you do that, yes, I will play with you. I I will play with you and grind Apex.
And I was like, all right, like I'll be there. So like me and one of my best friends, we drive 24 hours from northern Utah to somewhere in Arkansas. I don't remember where it was at.
Packed me up in my PC, and we drove back in the back of his car.
So it was 44 hours of 48 hours was just driving. And then Watson lived with me for 4 months. Ended up getting #1 again.
Pretty much it. And after 4 months, I had enough money and like my streaming was working, so I went and moved into my trailer in Arkansas because it had good internet. That's the only place I could find with good internet. So I moved into a trailer.
And while this was happening, of course, Season 10 was the season in which Seer was released. Upon release, Seer was incredibly strong, so much so that within 3 weeks, he was hit with a nerf. His passive had its range greatly reduced, his tactical could no longer flash or damage you, and his ultimate had an increased cooldown. During those 3 weeks, Seer's presence was running rampant across the professional scene scrims.
Wait, where's the team up top's about to do it now?
We have nades. Like, if you break their door, I could farm them too.
They're getting quadruple. Fuck you.
But after this nerf, the belief was that Seer was no longer competitively viable.
Seer's ass, you need to go to Bloodhound.
I agree. This is what I said. As soon as they nerf Seer, he's gonna be.
Seer's 100% ass. Like the reason why Seer was so good is because his ulti was like such a low cooldown, and like this, you need to go back to Bloodhound. Seer is not good.
The best teams in the world moved back to the more familiar and straightforward Bloodhound, and eventually everyone else fell in line. But in Season 12, something changed. Watson and his friend Keon were pred grinding throughout the entire season, with Keon eventually finishing #1 and Watson at #3 in the first split. The entire time, Watson was heavily using Seer.
The origin of the Seer pick was I was playing with Messiah, who was #2 at the time. He was going for #1. And I was just like playing with him, and like I was kind of just trolling and playing ranked, just being bored. I was like, I'm gonna play Seer. I had 70 kills on Seer, 77. I had 70 kills on Seer, 77. I was like, I'm gonna play Seer. And he was like, dude, do not play Seer. If you lock in Seer, I'm getting off. But that one game, I was like, dude, Messiah, like, I played Seer. Like, that was like good. Like, I think we should keep playing this. He was like, no, I didn't play it. And the next day, I played with Kine and Enoch. We played Seer, Caustic, Gibeon, Olympus, and just ran at people all day. And like it was working. Like that comp's really bad, but like it was so much fun. I was like, dude, Messiah, like Seer is OP'd. Like, trust me, dude. Like if you want to go for rank 1, let's do it. But I'm playing Seer and I'm gonna IGL. Like this character is insane. And then the next couple splits, I did more #1 grinds and got rank 1. Just pretty much being the only person playing Seer. And and then I went to LGS and I was like, well, guys, like Seer's OP. I'm gonna play it.
Everyone still believed that Seer was terrible, putting him at the bottom of their tier list, but Watson was preaching that Seer was busted. Nobody would listen to him, so in Season 13, he decided to prove it in a big way. With the release of Season 13 came a massive overhaul in the Apex ranked system. The matchmaking was far more strict, the punishments were increased for poor performances, and most importantly, it was far more difficult to climb the ranks. This was shaping up to be the most competitive ranked season Apex had ever seen, which caught the attention of many of the big name pros, most notably the CEO himself, TSM Imperial Hal. Hal had never really committed to grinding in ranked for #1, but for Season 13, he declared this would be his season. The only issue was that his Watson was determined to become #1 pred, and with Keon once again grinding right alongside him, Watson was able to take the crown with Imperial Hal and Verhulst right behind him, eventually throwing in the towel, realizing Watson was not going to be surpassed. These seasons of ranked grinding to the top with Keon did not go unnoticed, as Furia, a struggling North American team who was rather mediocre at best, decided to drop their IGL and pick up his Watson. But they decided to do this 3 days before the Last Chance qualifier, a tournament where 40 teams would compete for 2 spots to go to the ALGS Championship. The Furia roster was comprised of Panders, Zeratricky, and their analyst Sea Lion. Because they hadn't been able to qualify for LAN through their Pro League placements, they needed to compete in the LCQ to have a shot at champs. The LCQ to have a shot at champs. With CQ to have a shot at champs. With their IGL tech being dropped, they were looking for someone to fill the IGL spot. So although Watson didn't want to IGL, C-Lion convinced him that with his input on macro, and Watson's fighting calls, it can work.
Well, the reason I was a free agent for so long was because I didn't want to IGL. I would turn down like a bunch of people. But then Furia came along and they're like, okay. Listen, C-Lion, you can IGL the listen, C-Lion, you can IGL the fights. You can run it people. C-Lion will tell you like where to go. You know, like C-Lion will figure all that stuff that you don't want to do. C-Lion will just put it in your brain. And then you just like do what you're good at. And I was like, okay.
And Watson was about to bring his Seer meta to the competitive scene for the first time.
We need to climb this. We need to climb this now. Climb it now. It's the last two spots. Nice shot. Okay, shit. Nice drop. We actually won that game.
Go, boys.
Holy fuck.
Damn, he's making me eat my words right now.
And it worked. Furia won the LCQ qualifying to the championship. But they had not yet cracked the code to breaking the meta. As Watson would put it, they were still trying to play the game that everyone else did. But during the build up to champs, that all changed once they realized their own fatal flaw.
We were fighting with Gibby. Zero was on Gibby. And I was like, dude, like, this is not good. Like, you are a liability. I was like, you're supposed to save us. We're having to save you. Like, your character doesn't do anything. Like, half your bubbles you have to use on yourself because the whole team shot at you. Like, that character sucks, dude. And so I was like, we need to just play whatever character gives us the best chance of killing someone. But yeah, I was like, dude, whatever character we can kill someone on, like Zera, just play like Horizon or something. I said it like that. I was like, dude, just play like Horizon or something. I don't know.
So going into champs, they committed. Everyone else is playing the Gibby Caustic Valk meta at an overwhelming rate. Now, I do want to take this time to shout out TSM's coach Raven. At the time, he was working with GMT and had actually released a video theory crafting around Seer right after the Sweden LAN. So Furia was not the only team experimenting with Seer, but as we'll come to see, they were the ones who created the Seer meta. So Zera drops the Gibby and they decide to play Horizon instead. But how did they break the Gibby Caustic meta? Well, the pick rates at champs for Gibby and Caustic were massive. You can see that around 2/3 of the lobby at all time was going to be running this duo, and they excelled at stalling out in order to allow your team to reset inside a building or a bubble, as well as taking quick short bursts of fighting with their ultimates or Gibby's bubble to claim space. But Furia's comp of Seer and Horizon could destroy this duo. For Caustic specifically, his gas would often make it difficult to see, but with a Seer ult, this was no issue. Caustic could also retreat behind his barrels and hide within his gas, but a Seer Q could cancel his healing or res, plus a Fuse Q or Horizon ult would fish him out. But Gibby was the main target of this comp. Gibby at this point in time was viewed as the strongest character in the game. He essentially gave every single team a get out of jail free card with his bubble, which was impenetrable and could block all incoming projectiles, ults, bullets, everything. Gibby was so oppressive that every team felt as though they themselves needed to be running a Gibby in order to deal with him. When Furia though would get a knock, the opposing team per usual would Gibby bubble and try to just res out in the open, but a Seer Q could cancel the res or heals happening inside the bubble. The Seer ult would then give Furia complete information on the opposing team, giving them the advantage. Horizon ult and nades could be stacked inside the bubble to devastating effect. Furia was also able to control angles other teams weren't. While every squad was running Valk, including Furia was the only one using the Horizon, which allowed for them to easily move vertically within fights. And that verticality also allowed them to dodge Gibby's ultimate. All this combined to give Furia the information advantage, the vertical advantage, the speed advantage, and most importantly, they directly countered the opposing metacomp's greatest strength, stalling and resetting. All of this results in Furia absolutely mopping the floor with every single team in the group stage, placing first overall. An LCQ team who added a ranked grinder were making the biggest tournament of the year look far too easy. But once the bracket stage rolled around, Furia was not dominating like they had in groups. The criticism of simply being a group stage team was looming. With the tougher lobbies, had they regressed back to the mean? They began with back-to-back bottom 5 finishes, but in game number 3, they woke up, putting up 14 KP along with a 4th place finish.
That's a good game. That's a good game. I would give it a good shot, guys. That's how we do it. We just stabilize.
Everyone fucking sucks. We just
Everyone
kill them, bro.
sucks, and we're just the best team in the world.
All right, that's a classic Furia. Double shit game into the pop.
I know, bro. It's so bad.
They followed that up with 9 KP in the next game to grab another 11 points, but with the shift to World's Edge, they slowed down again, getting only 6 points across 3 games. In the final game, they were sitting at an uncomfortable 8th place. Another dud performance could see them drop to the losers bracket, stifling all the momentum they had built from the group stage. But instead, Furia responded.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, Buster. Sarah Tricky. Oh my! Are you kidding me? Sarah Tricky is insane! He's not missing. He gets the kill point. As Sarah gonna connect. Oh my god! This fuse is Seer combo.
He's got 3 thermites. Make it another. Can we see a third? It doesn't even matter because it's once he cleans up Space Station Gaming.
TSA, this is not legal. Way too many teams. Look at everyone dropping. Are you kidding me?
It's as if the game just started. You're seeing everyone go in. It's Sarah Tricky on the fuse. And a little bit more fusey here.
Burles gets knocked from Panders of all teams to drop next to. You don't want to drop next to the fuse. And Seer. Furia takes out SSG. They take SSG. They take out TSM. They're on the brink of taking out Zeta Division. They are running through this lobby and his Watson is saying, I am the king.
Team Liquid versus Furia. The last 2 remaining squads of this last game of the winners bracket right now.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Team Liquid needs a win. Team Liquid needs the kill. They're in 11th place with 41. If they lose this, they do not qualify. It all comes down to this. Team Liquid needs to win this 3v3 game of arenas. A pure 3v3 with no dome shield. Here comes the push there. Trick is getting attacked up. Kilderson's almost knocked, but Gilly knocked 1. Fury gets another. They need the kill points. Nocturnal. 1v1 versus Watson. He gets shut down. Watson says, sit the hell down. Sit the hell down.
It's his Watson.
It's fun.
It's
and
his
a 1v
Watson.
for the brand. Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
28-point game, 16 kills, and a win to finish off the bracket stage, taking them to 2nd place overall heading into Championship Sunday. But showing up in the bracket stage is one thing. Showing up on stage is one thing. Showing up on Championship Sunday is another.
The man, the lava monster, as we called him yesterday. The Prince of Apex, as we've been saying all weekend long, looking to step into his throne.
Game 1 is a slow start with only 3 points, but Game 2, Furia shows nothing about their run so far has been a fluke. On Storm Point, Furia land at Lightning Rod, a POI in the northeastern corner of the map. The zone is eastern corner of the map. The zone is pulling towards Mill, so Furia begin their rotation towards the west side and catch an unsuspecting Fnatic out in the open with, guessed it, Gibby.
Right here. In the open. Shoot these guys.
Coming. No LOs yet. Out there yet.
Give me.
Give me cracks. He's really low.
Getting an angle. Yeah, I thought you can give me all that. You can rise and all that.
Yeah, I did.
They get big initial damage, forcing the Gibby bubble. Both no nearby cover and a cancel on the initial bat. Melstera gets separated from his team and gets taken down, although he does take down Zera with some well-placed nades. It's now a clean 2v2. Fnatic does manage to take up space and cover, but before they can capitalize on it, the Seer ult comes out, giving Furia info and a clean wipe.
Hold that side for him. Yeah, watch Zera, I have you. He's climbing up on me. Good shit, guys. Good shit, guys. He's one. I'm blocking you right. I'm going right. Almost. Nice.
Now, immediately after, they do get thirded, and NRG actually managed to take out Watson, but the benefits of playing as an edge team rotating this late means they were able to loot longer and craft earlier, so Zera and Pan tank storm damage, respawn Watson, and were back on the move, eventually being able to get their revenge on NRG.
He's one.
On me. 50 on Caustic. Caustic low.
I got that. Gibby's dead. Nice.
Right.
Nice.
Dropping.
I'm inside.
They later Valcolt to the backside of Mill on the roof, and the Seer bullying commences onto Team Burger. First, they spot them in a bad spot and utilize the Seer ult to grab easy angles. But once they get a knock, Watson cues them right as they're about to start the res. It's a little late, so it doesn't cancel it, but it still does give them wall hacks. So Team Burger knows that Furia knows they're trying to revive, which makes it far too risky, and Team Burger calls it off. This keeps the fight as a 3v2, and eventually off of another Q to spot a second res attempt, it's GG.
Don't die here. Yeah. Good shit, guys. Good shit.
Next, they take down Optic, and then we reach the end game where we see the Seer Horizon synergy. Seer ult gives them info on both remaining teams in the end game, allowing them to time the fight perfectly, and being the only team alive in the lobby with Horizon, they're able to challenge the teams on the height with ease, leading to the win.
We're gonna queue up. We're gonna queue up in a sec. He jumps on the right side. Kills Watson.
I'm queuing up. Cracker. On me.
Both the roof.
Knocked one. He's dead. I'm looking.
I'm on the roof. 110 on Gibby. Got a battle.
Got him.
Give 90. Give slow 90. Give slow 10 again.
On me.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Good shit. Good shit,
guys. It's too easy.
It's good shit.
It's too easy. You found the tempo.
15 kills, 27 points, and Furia are only 11 points away from hitting match point. And just look at that pick rate for the comp they're running. Games 3 and 4 on World's Edge are both pretty bad, but Game 5 we head back to Storm Point where Furia thrives. Once again, we start at Lightning Rod, and then we get a Western pull to North Pad. But immediately, Cloud9 tries rotating behind them.
Car coming behind us. They going to craft?
Don't know.
I'm running at them.
On me.
I'm running at them.
On me. Almost. Kill these guys. Careful, I'm not peeking anymore. They give me ultimate. I'm swinging right side. I'm swinging right side.
Your solo's there.
I need help.
We're stunned by the ult. We're stunned by the ult.
I'm dead to this ult. You see me? Just kidding, baby. I'm good. Yeah, I see you.
Give me.
I'm gonna kill push. Nice fucking shit, baby. I'm gonna win this 1v1. I'm gonna win the 1v1. It's fine. Trust me. I lost it. He's one bullet.
I got him.
Nice. I'm here. Stay up. Play the knock. You stood up. Nice. I'm kidding, baby. Get the fuck out of this, Cloud9. You guys suck.
Yeah, I did so much there to kill those guys.
I farmed, dude.
I shit on them.
Good fucking crack. Good fucking crack on the game.
Yeah, I farmed. Yeah, I did so much there.
Now, we mentioned this earlier, but when opposing teams would throw a Gibby ult, it largely would stall out the other team's momentum completely. But because Zera is Horizon, not only is he able to evade the damage that he takes from this ult, but he's also able to reposition and get in a better spot to take this fight. If he plays the usual meta like everyone else, then he's a Gibby, but that wouldn't have activated him to do all that entry damage that forced C9 to stall despite having the power position. And if he wasn't playing Horizon and was basically playing anybody else besides Gibby, then he's probably dead. Horizon just showing another reason why Gibby is largely ineffective against this comp. They once again move over to the west side of the zone and catch another Gibby team out in the open. A knock followed by the bubble. Watson cancels the res. This stalls the team out in the bubble so that they're still stuck inside when it drops. Even though they pull off the res, the inability to move to a better spot ruins them immediately.
Give me. 50 out cost back. Knocks over here somewhere.
Kill that guy. Don't let him get away. Don't let him get away.
He's Valk ulting. New team, back the fuck up. New team, back the fuck up. I'm back here. Get these stairs.
Seeing clips like this, it's no wonder Furia dominated on Storm Point. With so much open space, they were able to catch teams out like this and stall them just long enough to send them to their doom. Furia later makes their way into zone, rips a Valk ult, finds no playable spots, but with their all-out aggression style of play, they'll just make one.
He queued up. I took it.
You can't play it anymore. Take. It's not a spot anymore. Oh, shit. There's a bomb here. Right here. Yeah, with you.
50 on Loba. You can play against the wall on me.
Loba's one.
You can play against the wall on me.
Dealing Loba. I got Loba.
Kill
this team right now. We can kill this team.
What's coming behind us? Wait, They're coming behind us, though.
He's dead. I need a swap.
And with that fight cleaned up, in large part due to the Horizon ult and Seer ult, Furia is on match point. and you can tell Watson is feeling himself. Now, Furia doesn't win this game, but it doesn't really matter. The 50-point threshold has been achieved. One important thing that came out of it, though, was the double down on Horizon.
When you guys just sit there and say we're gonna kill fucking everything on Edge, that's what happens.
That's what we're playing Horizon on World's Edge.
Fucking zone.
We're playing Horizon on World's Edge. We're killing everyone.
With how easy Horizon makes opening up fights, they dropped the fuse on World's Edge to focus on Horizon fully. With match point unlocked, they have a crack at the win, but over the next 4 games, they don't really ever get close. They place 9th, 11th, 15th, and 16th in the remaining 4 games. That said, they do pick up 17 more kills to push their point total so high that they were guaranteed 2nd place overall. Dark Zero goes on to win, and many had questions about Furia's decision to stick to their unique and easily recognizable comp and their risky aggressive style. Simply put, Furia didn't want to try and play something they knew they weren't good at in hopes of getting first, with the possibility of it going terribly wrong, getting no points, and eventually being surpassed by many teams. They'd rather guarantee 2nd with still a chance at the win than swap to something uncomfortable to, in theory, ever so slightly increase their odds at winning. And because of this, they won't be recognized as ALGS champions, but it's a commonly held opinion that Furia was the best team at that entire tournament. Despite losing to the match point format, they still did pick up the most points of all the teams. And although it would later be to their detriment, Furia had just shown the world and all their competitors that their comp would steamroll anyone running Gibby Caustic. Gibby went from being the best character in the game to almost irrelevant in the competitive scene after this. Meanwhile, Seer as well as Horizon saw their pick rates skyrocket, becoming the new de facto meta composition. A struggling team took a risk on his Watson, who convinced them to take a risk on pioneering something new. It's unlikely there will ever be another Furia who counters the meta so inexplicably that they can't be denied. There were no buffs to Seer, there were no patch notes that led to this massive meta shift. It was simply his Watson having an open mind about a character that everybody else called dead. And when he realized the strength and power that Seer had, he introduced him to the world on the biggest stage. After this, Seer was everywhere, in your ranked games, in your pub games, and of course, all over the ALGS, going on to win multiple lands. Down the road, he gets nerfed repeatedly because of how strong he was, which is hilarious to look back on, considering that in that incredibly strong and overpowered state, people thought he was weak. So all it took was an open mind and a little bit of creativity, and that is how his Watson broke Apex Legends.
We might see Snipdown brought back into the action to have a little bit of a say in how this game finishes.
Respawn beacons can be absolutely massive in the end game, and of course you drop with shields now, you can pick up your loot, and every team is going to be trying to drill you, but if he can get to his box, if he can armor swap, get those weapons, that could be absolutely massive, as now teams are starting to move towards the circle because this building is not going to be it.
Reps just waiting for the drop. How doing likewise. Shots coming down from above, but going to be exchanged. They're going to be caught in a caustic gas mess at the moment, but TSM kind of just watching everything go down. How managed to get a stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down. The ultimate goes down. The ultimate goes down from the caustic. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipdown is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipdown's still trying to do what he can do.
He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down, and the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off! And what have I just seen?
What did Reps just do? Let's see the France. Joke's going to be taken down to barely any HP. He's going to have to pop a battery as well. Hardeki, he's going to have to pop a battery as well. Hardeki is still alive here for Gambit. And this is looking like all of a sudden it might be a slightly more winnable situation than previously. The bubble goes up. It looks like Lecita France aren't aware of Hardecki's positioning here. And that means the fight's going to break out between these two teams.
There's a lot of damage that can be done by Hardecki here. All he's playing for realistically is top 2, but certainly will have his sights on the first place.
Well, here comes the Ape, and there comes the Nox. Lecita France get the first one. Joke is trying to connect with the second as well. Lecita France will pick up the kills they need necessary to at least secure that second place. But here comes Hardecki, the one-man army. Is he going to be able to pull off one of the craziest plays we've ever seen in the ALGS? Yes, of course he is. Hardecki is built different. Built different.
I point you light, drop me light.
I don't have any, I have 60.
Give me crack, I think he cracked. Drop. I think we dropping him. I beamed them. I'm dropping.
14, 32, 14, 32. You win.
80. Nice one.
Who's passing?
Put your armor down.
You have armor swap if you need. You won this.
Oh, they're putting on each other. Nice. Left team went on them. So we gotta focus right. Focus right. They're putting on us.
Coming.
They give you Ulteras.
I have Gen on me.
Yeah.
I'm holding here. I'm gonna beam them when they come in.
They're up here. They're coming. I got hit. They might push. Watch them. They're gonna come now.
Right now. Yeah, just focus them when they come.
Focus only then.
Yeah. Wait, they're in.
Are they?
Bubble.
They're in.
They're gonna bubble fire.
Watch banners. Caustic. Get the skills.
27 flash.
I'm cracked.
Another one. All dead. They're fighting.
Be in the coast, BB, down.
Logo long, nice. Yeah.
Last team. Get angles. I'm cracking. One down.
On left side. Go. Fuck. All you. Shoot, 2v2.
All day, but
Oh my god.
천천히. 한번 터치할게. 야 완전 필. 발키리. 지붕이 개필.
가까.
야 진짜 어디 또?
화영이 구원. 내가 구원 쏠게.
50명 1층만
오케이.
1층.
나빼.
떨어지면 돼.
옥상 확인했어.
슈퍼에서 옥상.
하나 둘셋 쏘고. 옥상 먹었어.
빠지고 있어. 쏴.
얘네도 밀센가?
눈눈에.
야 돔 없어 얘네. 밀어야 돼. 야 갇혀있어. 갇혀있어. 벌써 겠지.
가자.
푸시.
간다.
22초.
도망칠게.
나이스 돔. 내가 해줄게요.
개피. 지붕이. 라스 발길에.
Inside. She armor swap to purple.
He's coming.
Back again.
You don't lose this. You're way better, bro. You're way better than this guy.
Just hold it for me, Shani.
He armor swapped again.
On top.
Yo! Get the f out of me!
Reptar.
Teams having a fight here inside a survey camp, and there's going to be some great shots coming in from post-kill. However, Tyler has gone down, and that's the Wraith. So they're going to have to play this one very, very smartly. Postkill now left on his own. This is not looking good for New Esports, who have looked so dominant so far today. The Nox gas will go down from Caustic. He manages to hit a big headshot. Will he get a knock? There's one coming in from Postkill. That's two down now. If he can get the armor swap, he might be able to win this 3v1.
Just desperately trying to get the kill so he can get the armor swap, and he's doing the damage as well. No way! What have we just seen from Postkill? Massive.
Almost cracked the cat underneath. It's a full team and then the solo. Yep. Did you goo the door? Did you goo the door? I have gooed it. I cracked the solo. Oh, you passed it. Nice. Get goo down. We're in the zero. Like, get your spikes down. I'm on cooldown. Get ready for them to set. Set it! Weak, dead! Almost got! Let's fucking go, boys!
He's trying to jump on these three players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions. Yeah, gonna pop the battery. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well. He's got an Octane in front of him. This is all coming down to these final shots as Flavor of the Month move in. One more player alive for them to deal with. Can Flavor of the Month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the Month. Done!
파밍하느라 모를 거야. 신경 쓰지 마. 정신 없어서 몰라.
손가락 줬다.
몰라 애들. 내가 어차피 지나가니까 링한테 맞아도 돼.
이렇게 맞아. 저 엉덩이도 이상한 새끼 있다.
야. 나이스. 도망가니.
풀소보이 뭐야?
도망가니. 링한테 맞아.
가만있어. 한테 맞아가지고.
됐어. 욕실사 없어.
나이스.
Jak mam wadę?
Только сверху забивать соло, только главное не умри. Но ты стоишь там для того, чтобы на тебя не прилетели. Вернее, чтобы прилетели, и ты сразу же вскинул кнопку. Нет, тут нет, ребят. В опене. Киллы.
Я отсюда не вижу.
Это прям киллы, Святик. Иду. Вот сюда, спам в эту хуйню. О, нет. Походу попрятали.
Это топ, это помнишь, Кирю, который ты...
Да, у нас тут хорошая, мы скатываемся и камнями играем.
Вот этот камень в зоне до сих пор, по-моему.
Это тоже? О, заебись, подожди, давай на чувака. Рано, подожди.
Нет, они выходят.
Да рано.
Last spot.
Может даже не надо будет.
Да ногу ты.
Там за тобой вот ласт убегает. Я попасть не могу, блядь.
Блядь. Третий резнули. Можете левее кто-то играть, слышите? Я отмочил дом.
И двое справа.
Жабу забрали.
Левый спот можете играть еще.
Я иду левый спот играть.
Спускаюсь.
Я поиграю.
Не, они в опене, можно киллы собрать. Давай, еще.
Я нокнул.
Кандав.
Пока не могу добить.
Окей.
Он не хуярит, жабу что ли?
Посмотрите дом.
Я смотрю жабу.
Я убью.
Они просто за этой хуйней чилят.
Я ломаю шилд.
Я потом добью, давай.
Жаба пушить будет.
Ката. Ой, канда. Убили ее.
Его украли.
Одну кнопку убьем, если что. Он на камень залез.
На камень,
Давай убьем.
Можно, они сами.
Подожди, я ультанул.
У них есть чем доджить.
Я ультанул и найду за 50 дал. Да.
Нейджу. Ультую.
сыграйте. Я мониторю, кибут с другой стороны. Нокнул, не торопитесь.
Медленно.
Ресетнитесь.
Да. Медленно.
Да, не торопитесь.
Типа я лежу в сторон.
Пошли убьем.
Я живу, бушуем. Нас походим. Поход, вот так.
Я на сейф. Это Соник побежал. Стоп, можно забирать назад спейс, мне пули нужны. Соник наш спейс забрал.
У меня ДТшка появилась. Я буду лосить, слышишь, я не буду
Подними их нахуй, нет?
Ты можешь реально плюс их спереть.
Я взял вот
На меня.
Поднимай, поднимай.
Я поднял, я уже их поднял.
Они друг на друге.
Падай на нас. Не Кирюха.
Нокаю. Вот этот Андрюх.
Убил. Найс.
Вообще какая-то...
Иду.
Резнули тройка.
Уже успели? Я думаю, у них кнопок нет все равно. Закрываем их. Они знают, что я иду. Видят. Вот тут пикает.
Скандал. Видно его?
Подожди, он один. Давай отпиздим его.
Я нейшу. Он не один.
Го подойдем.
Ну, хедшот. Он одно. Так? Вот тут.
На шаге до сих пор стоит. А вот тут такой.
Я дал.
Даю.
Заметил эту хуйню. Не улетает. Красавчики.
Один улетел, ребят. Там еще один докус, это ласт. Тут ласт, по-моему.
Ласт улетел.
Один не улетел, по-моему. Окей.
Смотри, все, аккуратно лево.
Надо смотреть, что будем так с ними? Нет, не будем.
Крабер у них тоже.
Ванга крак, я пушу. Ребят, ванга крак, надо пушить.
Близко могу, близко слева, вот эти.
Да, я хочу левых отпиздить.
У них есть что-то.
Забрал двоих.
Когда одно, сбил.
Я к вам падаю. Пока тут.
Я кину. Надо инста-рез.
Ресу.
Успеваешь.
Я убил
Мы его
его
по чуть-чуть хилимся и идем под зип,
Я
ребят.
не могу. Вот ебаные. Я на Фениксе. Феникс, еще один скрабер.
Блядь,
Я перед тобой.
Я хилюсь еще. Нам под зипку.
Мы успеем так на зипку? Как думаешь,
Да, я думаю, да. Иди под нее.
Надо замочить. Отсюда смотрят.
Ща, я замочу.
Отсюда тоже смотрят. Надо будет под них стики накидать. Найди.
Да.
Дал нейд.
КП.
Я кину. Да, я тейку. Второго смока нет.
За забор.
Да, просто с забором играть. Просто играйте с забором. Играйте вдвоем. Справа еще с забором. Сейчас будут пикать, да.
Пикай, долбоёб!
Идёт у тебя. Банга, одно банга.
Говни.
Еще одно.
Подожди.
Закильте. Костика все
Давай ресет.
Банга на одном.
Бушуем.
ДТ заберу, подожди.
Забери меня, вообще пикапни меня. Можете слышать, стать справа и резать меня.
Подождите, пацаны, не торопитесь, Кость, давай добьем их сейчас. Я золотаю, окей?
На мне
Я пикан Колю.
Давай.
Каври, приди ко мне и за каври, окей? Приди сюда, не стой там.
Дай дашку мне.
На.
Уйди, я сверху рисую.
Окей. А насколько уйти-то?
И потом просто идем под справа на кушке.
Зачем их? Внутри занято.
Вы смотрите меня?
Дал кушку, он не бегнет.
Смотрят. У меня нету ресов, дайте мне банок.
Там дверь закрыта, мы не можем там пойти.
Давай наверх лезь туда.
Давай просто дадим кушку.
Нет, я ее отдавал.
Под дом. Подождите еще время, чтобы она появилась.
Вот типа идут, двойка тут. Давай
Ребята,
просто
у нас под домом
встанем.
охуенный спейс.
Да.
Карда одно.
Помогайте, помогите. Я уйду.
Я пикаю хуйню. Надо кушку.
Потом.
Да. Я сами.
Я финиш всем. Каверте.
У меня плохо.
Не крышу пикать, нет, не подходите под
Нас
крышу.
никто не пикает, нас никто пока не пикает.
Да,
Готовься пушки давать.
Хорошо.
Давай на пушки перелетаем.
Да.
Вот бангар. Вот сюда.
Я перелетел.
Готов. Все охуенно. Я
Тут сейф.
Все, просто вместе. Играем вместе, нон-стоп. Нельзя стоять, давай.
Нет, у меня чил, тут, у меня.
У него,
У меня охуенно, Кирюх.
Подождите, мне какой дай клепку поиграть.
Ну что должен?
Играйте. И потом забины, Костя, окей?
У меня тут сап.
Забины, в смысле, за эту сторону?
Сейчас
Да,
меня
я
будут идти.
Кирюх, мы за это
Пока не будут.
Я здесь играю.
Я охуенно тут сделал.
Поднимите. У нас охуенно. Дай
Меня
банк.
пушат, я пойду.
Я банок тебе забрал.
Смотри меня.
Банок пошли.
Ебаный дед. Вы вдвоем играете, вы вдвоем. Тройка нажали. Тройка сейчас будет уходить из стану. Они между собой сейчас будут увидеть через секунд 5.
Да.
Ебать, я не мог просто.
Так мы сейчас сказали.
Я думаю,
Они к нам летят.
Котик верхних. Котик верхних убивает соло. Котик, главное не умри.
Прошу ем.
Ага. Верхние сейчас упадут на танул. Вы это закрываете. Вот все охуенно. Кильте. Не пикайте, они сейчас переубивают. Вам надо быть реди на подсос.
Убил.
Папа, это стольник.
Убил.
БХ под нами фул. Слышь, Кость, давай пойдем убьем.
Нет,
смотри.
я с вами тогда.
А как нет? Почему нет? Смотри, за зону у него чела убил. Стой, вот этого чела. Лоу. БХ лоу. Давай падай.
Падаю.
Я бегу с вами.
На мне. Убей. Все, назад.
Что мне делать?
Ты стой там просто. Не, стой там. Вот, Кирюх. Вот они, нахуй намотаны. Одно. Нок.
Найс. Формите, пацаны.
Вот тут. Все, только их только.
Не умереть.
It's Friday, and it is time in the Galen Center to kick off our second series of the day. We are so close to finding out who will make it in Los Angeles to our winners bracket and who will face elimination starting on the weekend. But if you have braved the traffic and found a seat in the stands right now, I'm a little biased, but I think you got the best seat in the city. ALGS continues, and we are so excited to have you, whether watching at home on Twitch or here in our audience. Split One is alive and well. And it's been a fantastic playoff so far. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Rain Day. I am joined by three fantastic gentlemen to my left. Who will help break down this series and get us ready to go. For what is certainly going to be an epic Friday. Now, of course, Zephyr joining me. Graceful, we've seen him before, but I missed the man in the middle. It's been a minute since we have seen him. Jet Set Jamerson joining us on the desk. Yes, see some crowd lighting up for that. It's been a while. Jamerson, take a second. Let us know. It's been a while since I've worked with you, but you have been a long time ALGS and Apex caster and talent.
Yeah, I think the last time we worked together was Online Tournament 3. And the fact that I had to say online tournament really says something about how far back we go here. But it's been an amazing journey so far. I've been watching you guys, of course, across the years, and it's been amazing just to see where Apex has come now, and I'm so glad that I have this opportunity to be here on the desk.
Well, it's been great. We've had so much of an opportunity, like you just mentioned, to have a lot of different guests at LAN show up, but it's really great to see you again. Of course, even back in Poland, the very first invitational that we did, a lot of these players were at. Jamerson and I were on the desk together. But that being said, we are glad to have you here. Let's start kicking it into it because for me, when I look at what just happened today, Zeph, it was a great start to the day, but Aurora continued to show that they are a pretty dominant squad.
It is still some dominance that we see out of Aurora, but it's not the complete fixture that we got yesterday. It's not a team that leads so heavily above the rest. We still see those dominant factors from North America and more, and even now Red Rams in their presence against TSM really showing that they can keep this one competitive and now put themselves in a place where they're not even a great series, just a decent series away from working into the winners bracket.
And Jamerson, I know you were having your eyes on Aurora as well.
Yeah, I know that the desk has spoken at length about Aurora, but
it's true.
Honestly, they have been impressive across the last 2 days. And I mean, the simple fact that they have reached second placement 5 games out of the 12 that they've already played goes to speak amazingly about, how consistent they are.
Yeah.
If you had a few games swing in their favor where they take the first place, that's a 6-point swing in both of those games, they could easily be at the top of the overall standings and the leaderboards at this point. But that also brings into question, can they finish out games? I think that they are starting to fire up, and today is when we're going to finally have an Aurora win.
Yeah, I think Aurora has been popping off personally because I've been seeing, I've seen them since several Pro Leagues back. Every iteration, I've been competing against them for the longest of time. I remember back when people said they were trolling with how they played. And now that they've said, oh, they did well in Pro League, can they do well on LAN? They have showed up on LAN. Oh, they did well in group stages, can they do well further stages? We'll have to see, but honestly, I'm ready. I'm sure they can do it.
Well, the reason we're talking about them is because they've been leading not just in the games, but in the standings as well. As we take a look at an overview of how things have transpired thus far, we've got 3 teams clearly at the top. Let's make it 4 because they're over. The 3-digit mark. 101 for Alliance. Virtus Pro, an incredible return from Sharky, who is a LAN winner. You have to give him the credit for doing that with Dark Zero in their first iteration in Sweden in the split split 2 playoffs. But then we have also Aurora and Dark Zero who have made their claim to what certainly it seems like, Zeph, will be the cutoff for making the winners bracket.
That's right, Rain. When we talk about where these teams need to start ending up as we get into the bracket series here is the fact that typically when we look at previous playoffs, we sit somewhere close to that 3-digit mark. Now, something I do want to acknowledge, though, especially about what we've seen in these last 4 series, is the fact that it's a lot more average, right? And as a result, when we get even down there to Kenotrope, we're at 66. That might potentially allude to the fact that we could be looking at a slightly lower, potentially around 92, which is our mega minimum that we've seen in the past, or somewhere closer.
When we're speaking on averages, this one applies to all the online tournaments as well. We always, as players, have always been saying we just need 6 points per game, and if you get that average and you hit on 30 points, that's pretty much what it is. If you look at it, 66, 33 points per series. And now that we're moving up to it, it could fluctuate between 110 at the absolute highest if it's top heavy, a little bit below 90 if it's, you know, not as heavy, but I would say around 100 is definitely a proper estimate.
All these teams have played 2 series so far. We are going to be looking, obviously, at that being even across the board right now. So what can you do across the board right now? So what can you do in your final series of the day? When we go into B versus D, we will see these teams compete one last time to see if they can make it. Elimination, not where you want to be in bracket, where you want to be in bracket 1 starting off your Saturday. However, there are some teams down here that, you know, you wouldn't have expected. We've already talked about TSM and maybe not performing the way that we would have wanted. Riddle Order has been a team that's been phenomenal at LAN. They've not brought that same level. And again, you know, LG, a team that has a huge name in Sweet. Jamerson not performing quite yet, but there's still plenty of time. But they've got to start now.
Yeah, unfortunately for LG and Cloud9, you need to have a standout day in that series. The simple fact that you're more than 60 points out of that 90, 100-point threshold that you were talking about makes it almost impossible. But we have seen teams be able to pop off on the final games or of the weekend, right? Where in game number 6, sometimes they're game 6 demons where they drop a 15-kill game with the +12, and they end up with a 27-point game. And at that point, it is well within reach. So who knows?
One pop-off. I mean, it could make the difference. I want to lead into the teams happening today. Quickly, though, graceful, as we look at this squad, some teams are in that same position. Riddle are in that same position. Riddle Order, we mentioned it. Do you position? Riddle Order, we mentioned it. Do you plan on trying to just go nuclear here, hit a huge win, make up a 60-point difference, or do you start planning for tomorrow, which most likely will be an elimination, and try to work on things so that you can survive on Saturday?
So there's a specific, I would say a specific threshold to where like what's actually possible, like, what's a possibility to make it through still. Like nobody's gonna drop 4 nukes, right, when you're at a around 30 hit marker. You need to start planning ahead for tomorrow is what I would say. Planning ahead for tomorrow is what I would say. You just need to get as much practice as you can. And start prepping. I would say most of the teams right now have already figured out how to play, and leading into tomorrow, you should just prepare for, you know, making sure you have a proper POI, if you have to flex drop or not. And at most, for a lot of the team, you have to work on your contest strategy as well.
Zep, quick eye in the sky. Who are you looking at here to maybe have a standout performance today in Group B?
I'm going to follow up with Red Rams. They're a team that showed their dominance early. That showed their dominance early on something like TSM, and now given the fact they have an explosive series, they don't have to play as hard to lock themselves, of course, into the winner's bracket.
One of the things about a tournament like this is we set up so many storylines. We look at what could happen, and that's really all it is. It's just a guess, and then we find out what it is. You could say it's rather complex. Well, a few guys that aren't complex, and whether you like them and enjoy spending time with them, go by the name of Complexity. I had the privilege of doing an interview, I would say LA style, with the boys a few days before LAN began. So why don't we roll the tape? What's up, ALGS fans? We're here for a special LA playoffs feature here in Venice Beach. I'm your rockin', rollerblading host, Randay. And I've got 2 special guests from Complexity with me, Monsoon and Kimchi Lee. How you guys doing?
Feeling great.
You guys want to take a little, rollerblade with me and just catch up on things?
Yeah! Yeah!
God, I'm tired. Can we stop?
Yeah.
All right, let's go talk for a little bit.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
Can you carry me?
Yeah, I got you.
Nice to take a break, huh?
Yes, sir. It's beautiful.
Yeah, my feet were starting to hurt.
So guys, you know, before we even started this split, the idea of this roster seemed strange to some people. What was the idea behind strange to some people? What was the idea behind the scenes of putting this roster together?
Playoff split 2 and champs. We had so much fun throughout it all, you know. It's a really good vibe, you know, boot camps were great. And we didn't do as well, but personally I had a lot of fun doing it. Then we had a couple of options for our third player. A lot of them fell through, unfortunately, but 10 days before the Pro League split started, we picked up Lou, and it was like a dream team.
You know, for you, I'm sure you felt a little bit in the hot seat coming in, like people looking at your performance as a coach, now a player. Talk to me about what it was like transitioning into that role.
Definitely a bit rough, right? As a coach, you can have as a coach, you can have the great ideas, but execution might fall through. In the spur of the moment where you actually have 1 second to execute that task, it can get a little tough. I grinded a lot of ranked leading up until the Pro League split, and I think it showed. It's a constant growing and learning experience. I think as long as I keep that mentality, then there's no limit for us.
This season started off with a lot of people doubting what this roster could do, and you guys obviously proved them wrong. But at the beginning, how did that feel?
I can't lie, it was extremely motivating. Whenever people doubt me or say anything, this is nothing new to me. Every time I saw a tier list or someone saying, Complexity's roster's so cooked, it was more fuel to the fire. I just took a mental note and said, cool, noted.
What's the goal here? What can we expect from Complexity at LAN?
We've been putting in the time and the effort. International scrims has been awesome. We don't have a lot of experience as a team fighting, especially all these international teams that have been playing. Because NA is one thing, but the international lobby and the ecosystem of it is an entirely different thing. I mean, regardless of anything, you can expect us to enjoy it. And be thankful for the privilege of being here in the first place. But hopefully, you know, we can kill some lobbies and do some cool ass things for sure.
All right, guys, great day at Venice. Good luck on the tournament. We're gonna wrap it up for today. But before we go, you mind if I hit my air guitar?
Not at all.
Nah.
Thank you.
Wait.
Can we join?
Oh, you know it, baby. And now, back to the show.
You know, Complexity, like I said, there's nothing complex about these guys. You just love them. They're such a great part and feature of the ALGS, and the energy that Monsoon brings together. And he's still wearing the shorts. He's rocking Venice Beach. We had fun out there. And, you know, Lou, I saw him and his grandmother today in the lobby of the hotel. So down to earth, so ready to go. And I think this team particularly, especially Grace, so playing Rampart right now, the thing that to me stands out for them is their communication.
Yeah, me too. But we got Valkyrie anyways, and this is a pretty good spot to farm, like armors and shit anyways.
Yeah.
So let's just control both these builds. We should definitely try to match anybody that tries to slam it, but I don't want to die for it, you know? So if we get for it, you know? So if we get
team might be coming towards us right now. Everyone is going to be
from where? From the south?
South. Yeah, off the tree balloon.
No one top
It's not Alliance, it's DSG at Thermal? Yeah.
Mogę jest to?
I've got 4 shield cells now.
I'm just thinking, right?
I'm 6'6".
9-4. I can
They're fighting hard. We gotta look to like. I'll go watch south.
No, we definitely third that. There's a team right here. Try and make sure they don't see us.
Yes.
I'm coming. Oh, he's peeking out right now.
What is that noise, bro? It was so loud.
What's this tag?
Why is that so loud? It's shaking the entire floor, bro. Charge rifle. Rampart wall. Team at the station here.
I turn on the way.
Follow me.
70.
So good.
Careful, gain charge. You charge, you die.
Let's go there.
Look at them. 70 and 1.
Please. Fuck.
Ooh.
No.
Come on.
Fuck us.
Well, we should probably kill everyone on Lego right now. Huh?
Well, we know complexity is like split holding those buildings.
Yeah. We should just queue up on them later, no? We should play bottom 4. It could be a surprise there.
We should just play our fucking ramp down the mid. We'll just play our ramp and go up later, yeah.
You them have a red dot or no? I heard.
No.
Oh.
Oh, what I built. Complexity's gonna have to deal with all those squads on the left.
Follow me.
So once they open that up, we'll go that way. I need energy for my Havoc though. I only have 1 stack. So.
They need a, probably need a Q nade.
Thank you.
7 nades.
Thank you for 10.
Need an extra stack of energy.
There. I'm just gonna probably carry nades for this fight. Give me. Yeah, probably want to heal. I'll get my Q on Dunkos. Yeah. Don't use Q anymore.
I have no more. No more flash. No more flash. No more flash. We have to focus left building so they don't come this way.
Stay here.
Yeah, we have to focus left. They're kind of fucking us. They're trying to make them come this way. Okay, they're getting focused now. I'm gonna drop heavy. Give me that medi. I don't have one. All right, we should start walking so people don't take it. Let's go. We don't want anybody to take our spot. Get across.
Yep.
Tuck on me.
Flying.
Yeah, tuck on me. We're good here. We're gonna go underneath after. They're bang ulting you to the left.
Yep.
Breaking the rampart wall.
Yeah, we should be okay here.
They're on the balcony. You might be able to shoot their toes. They're in a really bad spot there.
I can spam arc them. I have hella arcs.
Yeah. I'm shooting them to the floor.
I have hella arcs. I have 3
dropping
arcs.
Yeah, Pathfinder team. I'm dropping it.
Throwing now. Hit him.
Alright, play underneath. Get underneath.
Cut them all.
Get underneath. We can't engage. Complexity has to fight them for us.
We wasted all.
Safe on me. Play on mine.
I wasted one.
Right here. No, I have a shit ton of nades though.
Wait, we should just go under. Oh yeah, get an angle. We got an angle.
They're fighting to the right.
Okay, bang.
Okay. Run across in a second.
Not yet.
We're gonna
fighting now. They're fighting right now.
Yeah. Go up here. Come. Run across. We're gonna queue up on me. We're gonna play this fence line. We're gonna look for behind. They fought behind us.
On that.
Taking evac.
Batting.
They got off. Pathfinder got off evac.
Look behind us.
Alright, what's going on in this hill? They just full fought up here. Can we go? Can we go southeast?
I don't know.
Come.
Getting.
I think they got reset. I'm walking up. We're gonna have to ult this.
Where are they?
Somewhere on me.
Do you see him?
No, I don't see him.
Up top.
Up top.
I'm scanning.
Good, bro. Got it.
Pushing.
Bang on me. Whoa.
Back up.
I'll take one.
Can't do
Yeah, I'll take 1 HP.
Hit me.
I'm playing set.
Stay right here, help me.
Batting.
We gotta kill them.
Relax.
One drop.
Yeah.
Push.
I think they're dropping.
Push.
I think they're dropping.
Watch them low.
Minus.
Good low. Bro, what? How? Bro. Come on, man. How? So much damage.
For Kimchi, but the shield swaps that were already placed in this building when he landed are certainly helping his sustain quite a bit.
Oh no, Passion UA, are we landing straight towards where Kimchi has found himself?
Oh no, they are!
Don't do it to Kimchi like that! Regardless, it's totally okay. Kimchi trying to get out of dodge, and Max Strafe being a solid Watson. We do not have a gen available to immediately throw down, even with getting the fences down. It is just not going to be enough. A sliver of a health and an incoming Arc Star from from Aurora to reclaim their space.
And Kimchi might not get the spot, but that does not mean, it never means that you can ignore Aurora, a team that has nothing better to do than sit on the north side of zone and take out the squads that funnel in. TYK go down. It looks like Liquid Alienware may be following, but they take out Reject Winity with a nice melee from Nasur.
Job's not done. We're still looking for a reset, but those former fences will stun up a little. But as we kind of work towards the corner, Serenity an incoming area, but we're going to jump to Gear, fighting Amit towards the outside. You can see light on the corner of your screen, just trying to get out of dodge. And for Gear, they're just like, all right, someone else can deal with that.
The spot Geared had earlier did look really good. It looked like we were getting a Dorito building zone and they would be able to hang here for the rest of the game. This is not the case anymore. And whether Geared can adapt in a late game scenario, how many kills they're able to pick up along the way, will say a lot about their status in this lobby, in this LAN, as they are, for the very first time in the LAN, in the same lobby as BR Demons. Both teams representing South America, and both teams with a lot of pressure on them to move up the standings.
Both still here in the lobby. Both still here in the lobby. 7 squads remaining. BR Demons, though, are holding high ground just around Aurora. That rock that can be a very give-or-take rock to play. Sometimes, especially when you've got people playing Sentinels or 30-30, and you just have all that oncoming pressure, you're putting yourself out in the open to be able to tank that. Now, How had been holding this to try and fend off Cloud9 from the back, and it's only a matter of time. With that round 5 ring closing, we have to make a push.
C9 have been hyper-active in this game, really making the best of otherwise rotates that would have put them in terrible positions. Got 5 kills so far, and without having to fight for high ground like so many of these other teams, they can hang out for a little while, reap the rewards of sitting next to How, while Geared Gaming are just being obliterated in smoke. BR Demons shooting down at them. There's no safe rotation left for Panic, and he drops down onto the low ground.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get that shield swap, he doesn't survive there. There were way too many grenades coming his way. Amit has fallen into the final 6, and BR Demons have managed to take the most minimal faces where you were talking about the gas trap.
And Cloud9 on the other side of this, you've mentioned their position being a little risky. It is tough to survive, but should you do so until the zone starts closing, you've got a game-winning position. BR Demons and Aurora should have to fight each other. Neither can really move while the other stays behind them. To this effect, Cloud9, as long as they stay alive, should be able to not only take the immense amount of kills they've been able to have so far, but convert that into a win.
We just think of their journey, right? We're sitting in the end game on 7 eliminations. 3 of those we can attribute to Red Rams when they immediately took their outside hill directly overlooking Harvester, putting all the pressure on those squads trying to hit a rotate. We take out How, and we just keep on fragging. Now you net those eliminations alongside a 12-point win, and this is what I was afraid of. We know those cooldowns are managed here from Aurora. We want to see if they're going to be able to get their first win, but out goes the Bengals, and now we're ready to nade spam.
This would be Cloud9's first win of the tournament as well. Double Arc Star on either side. Buy some time for Aurora to move up, but they can't ignore BR Demons above them. Azazel playing things slow. It's a nice smoke. BRD drop down onto the low ground. Aurora get the height all to their own, and I think they're going to fight Cloud9.
I love the choice that they just made, right? They immediately smoke out the line of sight for C9 and force them to fight Aurora while lying in wait. We see the drone already preemptively out. Chaotix down, and we are just sending it. Sauce, the IGL finds him, and here comes BR Demons for the fight of their life, the cleanup crew, and they take that map.
Yes, they do. BR Demons take the second win for South America today, and in style, even playing that from the height. The way that they managed this against Aurora, used an evac tower to re-access height so quickly, made a fantastic end game scene.
That was so well executed. The decision making, because at the end of the day, if they don't decide to do that, it would have completely been a different scenario, because a lot of our teams, they're not playing Horizon anymore. You're not going to have the grab lifted oftentimes to be able to pop yourself back up to high ground, but you have to use what you've got. And to be honest, the evac tower, we've seen it used in very creative ways of times past. Think of Oxygen, using it back on the barometer to drop it down right halfway up to hit a rooftop instead of actually, rotating off it.
This was a really, really good game for BR Demons. I think I can say that for all the top 3 squads, of course, especially Cloud9, because we kept looking at them kept seeing how many kills they have. But to see BR Demons succeeding, and again, to tie this back to what Geared were able to accomplish on Storm Point earlier today, South America, despite the changes that have happened to their Pro League, to their regions and qualification to international competition, have really come to this land and are making a statement. This is a South America that's playing much better as a group than those that we had seen participate in lands previous.
I think what the changes lit a fire under that region.
I think so.
And it is paying off in full here. On the global stage for all to see, for all to witness, and recognize that South America, they're not done, and they want to take it all.
This was something that I actually spoke specifically to Vlato about before we started everything. I think I got all of Geared in a call as well, and they echoed this sentiment that South America has become this region of where you've got maybe 4 or 5 teams that are all out competing how hard they can grind, how many scrims across different regions they can participate in, and man, with that win, BR Demons, well, it may not put them at the top since Aurora got so many kills. It's gonna feel pretty darn good. Aurora, I mean, I gotta say, the predictions on the desk are looking pretty good for this one.
That's a very on-brand Aurora. Double-digit eliminations, a second place, north of 20 points. I expect that out of them. Because at the end of the day, the only game that you actually have to win is the match point finals one on Sunday. So we'll have to wait until we get there. But for Cloud9 to get themselves into the top 3 alongside 7 eliminations, that is a very solid performance out of them. And hopefully gives Sauce, Chaotic, and Naughty the confidence in their ability, in their calls to keep moving forward.
I mean, there are 60 players in a game of Apex Legends. There are 9 on those teams because that's how math works. And if we look at their kills, they got over 20 kills in the top 3. Chances are, if you're anyone else, someone on your team died to BR Demons, Aurora, or Cloud9, and that is really terrifying when you think about how active these squads were. I do want to take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, however, because while this is just the start of the series, this is also the last series that both these groups will play before the elimination stage.
Yeah, Passion UA, it was a solid start for them. They were able to pick up 6 eliminations for a total of 7 points, but disguised. Landing in Thermal, that southern zone comes through, and unfortunately, they just get caught up in that southern exodus from Thermal Station, Space Station, although hitting Climatizer and the contest being relatively split throughout there, kind of a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, and we go our own ways. The only thing I'm a little disappointed was the Alliance, right? But it's a slow burn kind of day. We've seen Disguise win a lot in Game 6. Would love to see them, you know, in Games 1 through 3.
You know, I'd imagine, Tiff, that we're actually seeing a couple nerves come through. Passion UA being on the bottom 10 here. For most people, for most analysts of Apex Legends, this would be a disappointing performance because even though, yes, they get a lot of kills, they're a staging team, and it was a staging zone. Placing outside of the top 5, just in when you actually die, is unacceptable for a lot of squads that would be planning to succeed in zones where they've actually got a positioning advantage. Really surprised to see it. It could be that the nerves are getting to them. However, let's take a look at our top 3 squads, because clearly these are the ones benefiting from the second day of playoffs now, and the VOD review that they've perhaps done in the interim.
Hey, whatever you're doing, VOD review, just looking at all the rotation paths and just keeping an eye out for any rogue lifelines throughout the map. Hey, we see it, but for BR Demons electing to make that really smart move towards that endgame nets them the win, albeit the lowest amount of kills from our top 3. For Cloud9 and Aurora, that damage, it's looking nice, and I like that it's shared between all three of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big distinction between where BR Demons were in terms of the damage and C9 and Aurora. It was like 2.5k to 4Ks each. So definitely really active squads in Aurora and C9. BR Demons definitely playing the ring a little bit more, playing alongside Geared for positioning.
Hey, you know what? I think it was really solid, and congratulations. joins the lobby.
Nade could help. That is a deadly thermite. That is a deadly thermite, though. And Panic burning down has to stop the siege onto Team Liquid and instead just hit the meds. Reset's going to go down. Another smoke on Gear, this time to protect them. And Team Liquid Alienware just keep farming the damage. They've got to be on reds at this point, and they've got to be in the best position so far. The zone does pull a little further away from them, and with Yanya down and isolated from the rest of the squad, they may be throwing this away. Liquid just on the edge of success, could go out at fifth, and they do.
That is heart-wrenching. There's not a lot of cover out there. It's minimal to work with, and you could just see in that moment we're using him to suppress fire to Geared on the rooftop, but the job's not done. With the ring closing here, Lou, I'm ready to see Sheila come through. Now when they made all those changes that she can pick it up and walk, albeit it's slow, but if you just keep firing it straight, we'll take it.
Over at Market, Reject are the only team that don't have to fight for a position. Complexity are trying to keep them at bay, but just to their left, everyone is dying. Kimchi falls, the Rampart walls will do nothing, and Reject get to watch this happen. It's Reject versus Moist for the win.
Oh, all right, Complexity. We saw you try, but for now, all sights are set on Reject. We saw the wrap come through, we saw the PK from above, and Reject Winity take map number 2.
And I can't believe that it happens again, but Reject really did work. Skyhook, they did not sit in the far end of zone waiting for the ring to come to them. They did not try and farm up from afar. Reject Winity picked intelligent fights, full committed to them, even when the ring was about to close, and ultimately walked away with a great spot and an isolated one at that.
Oakley, Songjun, Karamput, it just has to feel good. We saw that beautiful interview that Nicewig and Greek had when they sat down with Karamput and Oakley themselves, and a lot of confidence in that long-standing duo. But when you bring in Songjun at the start of the year, it really created the dynamic that we're witnessing throughout this. Now, mind you guys, here at LAN, this is the squad that dominated the APAC North Regional Finals, and it was quite possibly the most scary thing for that region to witness.
They're definitely a contender for a team that could win match point. This is their, I believe, second win of the tournament so far, and so while they've been perhaps not accelerating at the pace of Alliance, who's already picked up 3 wins during the tournament, having a second in group stage, continuing this demonstration of the fact that they can not just play for high kills, but actively play for the win, for the first place, is going to matter less here, but a lot on match point.
You start thinking about their journey throughout that. It wasn't that they just got to walk into Skyhook for free and take market. They had to and take market. They had to battle their way through Monument, through Skyhook, and walk away with a 24-point game, 12 eliminations, and the same can be said for Not Moist. And
And that is really impressive, especially when considering that, thinking about what we talked about last game, the correlation of where the zone is to where your POI is. Reject and Moist don't land anywhere near here. Reject is the one landing over at Siphon, if I recall correctly, and Moist is sat all the way in Mod. Both these teams have come from the opposite end of the map to succeed in Skyhook West. If that doesn't tell you about their dominance, their control over other teams, and clearly their ability to abuse the group stage and farm as many points as possible, I don't know what will.
But for Not Moist, think of the team that they were essentially looking at the whole entire time throughout that mid-map. Tom Young-kun, and they're not actually inside the top 10 because they took 2 very different routes as soon as they got through no named. In that mid-map, we saw the evac tower straight into Skyhook, right where Aurora was in the center building, and they found themselves with 2 eliminations and 3 points. Aurora, who originally held that roof, were able to drop down, clear out Space Station Gaming, but they only were able to get 6 eliminations, which I thought it would have been more.
I think with TYK and Moist, we're seeing a difference between when you believe that you need to be at a specific place in zone versus Moist allowing the zone to inform how they're going to rotate. They knew that this wasn't pulling towards the south. There was no rush to get into Skyhook, and so most teams probably aren't, say, guarding in lands or guarding the tunnel up from landslide. They use that, they walk in, they landslide. They use that, they walk in, they save a lot of resources, and it looks really good.
That's exactly what Reject Winity did. That's the way they approached it and walked straight into market. But for our series results, we'll see how that win panned out for them, putting them in second place. Putting them in second place with 26 points, just 2 points behind Aurora. For Not Moist, though, with a massive game on their end, it'll put them into third. For BR Demons, Liquid Alienware, that's going to round out your top 5. But you have to think, if Liquid could have stayed alive a little bit longer, not losing out on Yanya, not sending out Jaguares to go for that res, this could have been a different story.
It's tough, and ultimately, like, small missteps and even outplays from other teams are going to happen. Liquid Alien
and know that you're coming back, and if you're going to be warming up for rank, I'm looking at you guys in the audience. Because there's a 1v1 contest going outside, but for the first ever solo show that is going to be happening live here on Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Pacific. This is what's going to happen prior to match point final. So I just want to see if any of you guys out there in the stands can qualify and maybe get into that, because we're going to have so Many content creators. Many content creators and potentially other pros that'll and see if you can make it in there. I know Dia and I are gonna love to commentate overall, yeah.
Yes, yeah, that'll be interesting. I haven't commentated a solos show before. I imagine that it's actually probably going to be mostly you because I'm expecting a lot of action. I
just want it to be incredibly chaotic, get unique, maybe find some rat spots, be a menace on the map, but who knows? You got that respawn token to work with, so maybe if your first iteration of the drop doesn't go well to plan, you get a spot to rethink it. But at the end of the day, this is the final map on World's Edge for these two groups, B and D.
Final, yeah, like you say, final map before Storm Point in the second half of the series, which is really important when we're thinking about teams that do much better on one map versus another. I'm thinking, say, Aurora right now. I think they've got 53-ish% of their points. This has changed during the course of the series, but many of their points are coming from World's Edge, whereas other squads do tend to prefer Storm Point in order to accumulate their standings.
Well, for those that are not happy with where they have found themselves on the series results, Disguised, Red Rams, Riddle Order, Tom Young-Kung. Now this is okay, right? We've seen teams that are sitting in the 20th spot move up well into that top 10 in just a matter of 2 to 3 games. But throughout the middle of the section, maps 3 through 4, even 5, this is where, if you've made mistakes throughout the first 2, let's work on correcting that, because those zones, they may not have been in your favor, but we're gonna have to figure out how to make them work for you.
And Tiff, I cannot emphasize this enough, but this is the last game that anybody on stage right now is going to play before we hit the elimination bracket. World's Edge, if you're going to VOD review anything, this is the last World's Edge game you're going to VOD review before you're potentially knocked out of the tournament. So everybody here has got to be playing on their A game, because you don't have time to fool around in group stages anymore and experiment with the meta with your rotations. It's time to dial in.
Dial it in, iron out your mental, and drop on in. That ship is going from directly south all the way up to north for Riddle Order at Tree, Disguised at Thermal. There are going to be some of our first teams hitting the ground, such as Liquid Alienware over in Lawnside. Wait a second, whoa. Alliance, they've abandoned Monument and have went to Thermal. You mentioned the last time on World's Edge. Well, here it goes. Design's already down. In fact, with the longbow, making it work. Timmy on the Mozam, answering back. Last standing, we've seen this position before, just on the outskirts of Crowdtown, and the same result happens. Alliance, what are you boys doing over there?
I think Graceful mentioned this earlier today, but just because of the standings, Disguised have more to lose. Alliance get that burst of confidence to retake their POI, and they do it in style. They're not the only ones that are hard fighting. Though, because finally SSG and Red Rams are going head-to-head for the POI.
And they've been flirting with this all around Climatizer, but for now it has officially broken out. We do take one member down, which means it's a potential 3v2 unless they're able to get a reset across from them in the time that we focus on healing.
SSG should be able to get at least the singular kill. Whether Red Rams disengage or not entirely in SSG's control, and since Red Rams are running something like a conduit, they should be able to craft banners as well, should they choose to disengage and play for the later game.
And it seems as if they're just looking for information. There goes the scan, finally off cooldown. The scan answered back. So now everyone has that information on the approach of where we're going through, but ZywKnow filtering his way up through the staircase, looking for any angles, but definitely checking around those corners. And Datch is on the roof.
Prowler in hand, Gold Mag actually could make a big difference in a fight like this. Red Rams are playing for a pick, playing for a mistake from SSG. One member that swings out ahead of all the others. ZywKnow's gonna search. Scan connects. This gives full information over to SSG. Will they mess up the climb? ZywKnow's left on the low ground and Brex loses their shields.
Phony, massive in hand with the double massive, okay, with the digis will make it work. ZywKnow though, falls to Wyatt Chang, and Frax is gonna answer back with a trade. So we're still in a 1v2 situation here for Red Rams.
SSG may even be able to get a res in the next couple of seconds. We're not seeing a thirst on ZywKnow just yet. And with the doors in the way and Caustic still up, you've got a lot of zoning potential as Space Station. I am very surprised, Tip, to not see Red Rams disengaging. They're a squad in 7th place overall right now, and they're choosing to gamble their world's edge on this.
At the end of the day, they don't have conduit. They're not going to be able to craft banners. One has already timed out. Datch, maybe we can grab it and go. But if you put enough pressure and try to string out this reset that Space Station is looking to do, not only are we chalking both of our games at this point from a reset, but the time for rotation with the zone pulling sound, and Phony, there he goes, finally puts the nail into the coffin, and they can focus on the game at hand.
Look at Space, he doesn't even break a sweat. It looks like all of SSG are just chilling after that engagement. There's a reason why they're a terrifying team to fight off drop. This has delayed their rotation into zone, but I gotta say, Tiff, I don't mind it at all. You've secured yourself 3 points right now. You pick up another squad wipe, and it's essentially as if you've placed in the top 5 already. We'll see how well SSG adapt to the next couple of minutes, but it should just be Cloud9 that lie in their way to the zone.
Speaking of way to the zone, it looks like it's pulling down towards that tree. We had a good look at all the teams that have made their way into that nearby area. Wonton dump electing to forego that engagement at Lava Siphon, landing at Dome, do get the ring console and have filtered their way through launch site. But for teams that are going to be making that long distance push, well, CYK, there's not going to be too long for them.
Where's that guy? There was a guy in the audience with the pick Rev sign. We got your answer. Revenant has been locked in for TYK. There we go. He's got it. This is honestly going to be really exciting. To watch this. They're sitting outside the zone and playing for kills. Alliance doing much the same, albeit without Rev, but with Horizon and Conduit all layered on top of each other, it should be good.
All for Geared though. We just see them fall as if it had just started. It was between Geared, between Omit, and Alliance looking for a clean third party after taking down Disguised and Thermal. They're continuing on this warpath. I would be curious to hear what those conversations in the Alliance booth sounded like before the final map on World's Edge.
On the opposite end of the map, we've got Tom Young-kun running down the BR Demons. Should BRD fall, both South American squads will have fallen back to back. Asia's low, Asia's down, Rev has fallen. Our TYK going to fall apart. There's a trade here with BRD, Azazel finding the knock for BRD. But TYK still need to make their way in. Frag goes long, Azazel on Caustic gets to reset, and there's a chance the VR Demons should get a res. Find Archini back into the fight, and then re-engage.
Well, this is what's really smart about what BR Demons are doing in this moment, right? We're throwing out the barrels to try and hit that res, get back to the numbers, but while that's all happening, TYK does the same. We get Asia back up onto the forest, and as we're healing on the door, it opens right up, and Blato takes down Ziki back into a 3v2 situation.
We'll see if that finds a knocker. Not doing flesh damage in zone is deadly, as it'll throw off your heal timings. First low health goes down, BR Demons lose one, Blato's down, Azazel picks up two, and BR Demons succeed just in time for a third party. It's disastrous!
Cloud9, they were rotating throughout that mid-map, looking for information, and well, they heard the sounds, and that sign on the ground, live today, well, they can die tomorrow. See ya, BR Demons.
That is a tough way to go, I'll be honest with you. Fighting in zone against TYK, who to have engaged this ostensibly in the greater term of like winning a game of Apex Legends, TYK don't get anything out of this. TYK are definitely playing the metagame, trying to pick off a squad that they believe they can outfight. Not only do TYK not outfight the BR Demons, but by taking the fight in the first place, it pushes BR Demons into a no-win situation. Cloud9 are the beneficiaries, but man, does that feel bad as BRD. To have to have taken that engagement and to have it have been so close. The rotation from Cloud9 will take them uncontested in through the east side of the ring. And over towards Wonton Dumpling, perhaps, who are sat in the south, playing out of launch site with a lot of flexibility as to how they'll approach a tree zone.
This is going to be a tough one. For a lot of our squads involved. You talked about Cloud9 hitting that rotation. They'll be able to drop into Lava Siphon. They have a ring console, a survey beacon for their use, but SSG and Aurora, they're going to be some of our latest arrivals down towards the tree side. But we're going to look towards where Alliance has positioned themselves at Harvester, because that will likely be the first point of contact for some of our squads rotating in from the north.
Complexity have got a really nice spot, given that Rampart's able to lock doors with just as much, if not more effectiveness than legends like Caustic. They should be holed up nice in tree. Not a lot of doors that can actually be broken or breached in the next couple of minutes. And buildings should be pretty uncontestable. Aurora typically go for something like this, where they're playing along the edge and even adapted pretty darn well to last game when they had the zone coming to them. It'll be a slow game for a while until eventually they should be fighting through the side of Thermal, maybe going Harvester if they're feeling especially cheeky to take out squads that are unprepared for a zone wrap.
Oh, playing that position down low just opens yourself up. Now, Effect is just waiting to unleash the black hole and descend upon this squad, but as soon as we dab up onto this limb, you're getting shot at from the right. Those marksman rifles, the longbows, every bit of what we've seen other squads use are going to prevent them from being out into the open. So we're going to have to find a different path around, but regardless, when it comes to that next zone, we are pulling from these train tracks. But it's a matter of time. Do we go straight into Not Moist? Do we rotate around towards that eastern side from Lava Siphon and potentially run into Space Station? Cloud9, reject.
I've got to appreciate that Alliance do back off there, give respect to the fact that Bangalore was used, because they've won in a small battle that will influence the larger course of the game. By trading one ult for none, you're giving yourself more tools, and especially when you've got a Horizon ult on your team, and time is of the essence, having every advantage counts because team fights need to go fast.
see what we're able to do here. Rotating in on that path. They do have that next information, but the thing is, we need to find out what the lay of the land of this final zone will look like in comparison with what's going to be the best position for us to play from. Now, granted, Jaguares likely just picks this up off the ground and was saying, I'm going to take some shots, finds the longbow on the ground. Obviously, it's not kitted out. We've got 7 bullets, and there's probably an AR, maybe even a Hemlock nearby that he's willing to use.
Could be. Team Liquid Alienware still want to put a few more points on the board. They could push themselves up into winner's bracket for now off of this series. They're currently sitting in 26th, and depending on where they place, could secure a spot. Depending on where they place, could secure a spot even after the next group ends up playing. But it is going to require a lot of points, a lot of moves up the leaderboard, and they'll have to watch their backs as well, since Wonton Dumpling should be moving in soon.
Oh, I mean, soon, but Effect is making his name here. We just cut on over towards that end of the full send, onto Not Moist. They had been toying with it, and the push finally came through. Now they're going to be able to find themselves a more clean path into that next zone, but the job's not done. We did get a look at where it's pulling, and Wonton Dumpling zone, but the job's not done. We did get a look at where it's pulling, and Wonton Dumpling and Liquid Alienware have found themselves gifted a zone pool, and Wonton Dumpling, taking all the space in launch site, are making sure that no one wraps through that side to hit the choke.
Meanwhile, for a team like Reject, they're going to be safe for now. It's not a super active position that they have, honestly, and Reject should be looking for not any opportunity, but a good opportunity to drop down, find some kills, and then continue their rotation. If you take the jump too early, you'll get third-party teams will come up behind you. But if you hit it just right, then you should be able to take the loot that you get, transfer it into a better spot in late game zone, and maybe contest teams like Wonton and Liquid that are sitting towards the very southern end of World's Edge.
Speaking of southern, Aurora's got to make their way through it. We've got Serenity in the truck, looking towards Alliance, and we also have Alliance in the nearby vicinity, and Riddle is playing corner on the outside area alongside Complexity. So the moment we see any teams looking to get involved near these train tracks, even with Space Station finally making their way through, something's going to happen, and the majority of these squads are all going to fall. We're going to go from 13 squads to maybe 7 in the next 2 minutes.
Remember when I mentioned that Aurora had 2 options? They could go through Thermal if they were playing safe, and they could go through Harvester if they were playing cheeky. Well, they are playing cheeky, and it's working out for them as Zainu bites the dust. That's basically unrecoverable, as Orireign should be able to find a full thirst. But by playing like this, Aurora are gambling in a way that they are better than the other squads that are rotating in alongside them, that other teams will not be able to punish them, and that's going to require, unlike last game, Hardeki to stay alive through the fights.
They really have to, especially with Alliance looking down on where they are, with Unlucky locking in towards the conduit, and already expending Radiant Transfer despite Aurora off screen having taken down Space Station. We lose out on Hardeki to riddle Yukio's triple take. So this is not going to be easy. It's enough that Alliance needs to full send yet another squad.
But we just said it, Tim. Hardeki has to stay alive, and the very fact that he's gone down, no matter the reason, means likely the end of Aurora. Alliance have very little resistance to be met with. They clean up a squad, and they use, interestingly, a Bloodhound ult to do it. Just about a minute left until the next zone close. If I were them, I'd be looking for ult excels, because about a minute left until the next zone close. If I were them, I'd be looking for ult excels, because you are going to need every cooldown possible to move all the way into trees safely.
Well, speaking of safely, Riddle had locked into the position that Not Moist had found themselves in. Heroes expends their Bangalore ultimate to start looking to take that fight, similar to what we had witnessed with Alliance, taking down Not Moist. Well, Heroes, unfortunately, is not going to be able to take Riddle. They disengage and dive into the building and immediately set up a fortress.
It's another situation where we're just locking doors for right now, making sure that teams can't get into spots that Riddle or teams like them occupy. We did mention Reject also, and with Alliance now facing them down, these teams have big decisions to make. Let's see what they choose to do as we take a listen in with Alliance.
Putting our gun.
Yep. Fighting right side, okay?
I think we take the long one on. Kick you to the
spin up. Yep.
Dance on the zone somewhere. Q maybe land pipe. Let's team there.
We can land here.
Let's team there.
We can land here, bro.
You good deep?
Where? On my pink here.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
Down on the outside.
Yeah.
We might queue up as 3P, okay?
Yeah, no queue for 10. Maybe in front of us.
Hold the doors.
Team inside. Okay. Come here.
I'm scanning backwards.
Yes, nade.
Oh, that's a good nade.
Then go inside now.
Batting. Watch me.
Yeah.
I have hound.
Left. Yeah.
I have hound.
Left side tree. Careful here. Left side tree here, I think. Left side tree here, I think.
Speaking.
Left side trees are coming down.
Save on me.
Yes. They might come in on left here. Anyone east? Yes.
Yeah. Fight this.
Careful building. Buildings are looking. I'm pushing this. Push this.
Yes, understand it.
Bad cracked towers. Back cracked. Wasn't dead. Back is cracked as well. Not cracked. All dead. Watchman, I'm resing.
You're good, I'm holding it. You're good.
I'm resing.
Scanning, you're good.
It's two teams.
Black pip.
Albeit Alliance were able to take out Riddle, have found themselves in a precarious situation, which opens the door for Complexity to get in on some early action. You know, Lou is just dying to break that out, but for now, we're going to stay inside for now. Alliance is setting their sights onto Reject, onto Passion UA, as everyone is just vying to get into that next zone.
Skynade might connect for Lou. Does not quite do enough damage to send on to Heroes, but Complexity need to wipe the team at their back. There's always the chance that they get third parties, so they've got to do it quickly, but they cannot afford to swing down with teams like Wanton Dumpling looking down at them. Reject Winity have just gone out. We're into the top 5, and Complexity have no clear way out of the building.
We're just looking for angles, but the moment we peek out, we are met with the force, and Heroes is just looking for a way inside Monsoon. You are not getting in my house today, but from Kimchi, it's going to be the last driving force to try and take down the remnants of Heroes behind the knockdown. That is not going to be enough, because Alliance, their thirst for dominance inside this match is historic in the making.
3 squads left. Alliance have already won 3 games during the group stage. Liquid Alienware and Wanton Dumpling have yet to win a single game.
And Liquid Alienware, we saw how close they came when it was in that Skyhook ending. This time we have all 3 up. Dazzle hits that Bloodhound, looks for some angles, but the barrel's going through the ring at their back. We just have to filter in.
Wanton are sending it!
They have to do something.
Wanton full committing onto Liquid Alienware. It is time to bunker down, wait for Alliance to show up, to be the heroes for Liquid. There's still a chance. If they keep everyone up, then they can win the game. Wanton Dumpling lose the first one. Alliance clean up, picking up the full thirst. Wanton Dumpling aren't getting a reset on this, and everyone has got to play very careful. Wanton very careful. Wanton trying desperately disengaged, but Bobo falls.
What are we witnessing? 20 eliminations, a third of the lobby, and they're not done. 4 more possible can go the way, and Wanton Dumpling is just going to lie in wait and let this Liquid Alienware alliance play out. That was the
last ult available for Liquid Alienware. They don't have Beast of the Hunt. They don't have Nox Gas Grenade. Alliance, on the other end, have no more big cooldowns to worry about. And even as the Beast of the Hunt ticks away, Hackett should be able to hold this angle with or without it. Wanton Dumpling are gone. Alliance control all the space. And Alliance should be picking up their 4th win of the group stage.
control the space, they're controlling the lobby, and they want three more eliminations if they can do it. Now for Liquid Alienware, if they can do it. Now for Liquid Alienware, it's going to get tough. It's going to get tough, right? As soon as you start barreling in that building, we just have to wait it out. We're taking angles, looking for openings, and Effect does have the black hole. We finally break it down. We talk about all the things from the heavens. No, bro, we are crawling out there. The demons that they wear you up in your dreams, they're here. Alliance.
Effect, what an incredible horizontal triple swing from Liquid Alienware into a gravity lift. What a bait to set everyone into the same area, sucked into the black hole with nowhere to go. That was a major outplay by just one player, if I've ever seen it.
Those are the monsters your parents warn you about that are lurking underneath your bed, and they have come to wreak havoc for World's Edge.
This is the same effect that we saw in group stages of split shoot playoffs last year. The effect that took everyone by storm. It is a 24 kill game for Alliance. I know we talk about dropping nukes. This is a war that they just waged on the rest of the lobby.
It's done. It's dusted. Do we just I was gonna say, Los Angeles, man, you gotta give it to him. That was crazy.
Playing the way that Alliance did, we talked about this last game as well, in a very similar way to Reject, not going hard zone, but instead really abusing what group stage is all about. Teams that maybe have not adapted, that don't know exactly what their game plan is just yet, and instead committing really hard to yours, and honestly playing it just as well, if not better, than Alliance did regionally.
I love how before that map we were talking about teams that were going to be VOD reviewing the final match on World's Edge. I suggest you run that back from Alliance's POV, but for now we're gonna send it on over the desk because Rain Day, they got some other things to break down.
Well, thank you, Tiff and Dia. Great job on the first 3 games. I'm gonna say we don't have too many other things to break down. We actually have that to break down exactly, because what you just witnessed has never been done before. That is the largest LAN record for kills that Alliance just took over the team they killed, which was formerly LG, now Liquid Alienware, who had 23. They have 24 kills in that game, Zephyr. When you look back at a performance like that, that's the type of tone set that could take you all the way to a championship.
That's something for Alliance that is going to be absolutely incredible here for the momentum going into Stormpoint, because when we talk about that 24 kills, it not only starts with encompassing or eclipsing teams like Aurora, Liquid, but also starting off against a squad like Disguise, taking back their home in Thermal Station. It shows that Alliance is here to play, knows the experience that they have is going to garner them that success, and the strategies that they came up with from yesterday are giving them their advantages now.
Story with Alliance, obviously incredible finish in Split 1. They were 3rd place overall in EMEA, but questions at LAN. Always a team that we thought was a contender, clearly doing it here as we look at the bottom half of our top 10 teams. Some teams, Moist, had a very good start in one of these games, didn't do it again, and we have to figure out if that's going to stay consistent. A team we're looking at Aurora as well, off to the races, then don't quite get it done in game number 3. Disguise number 3. Disguise as well with a goose egg. They will expect to do better as we head into our new map and our back half of this set. However, let's keep the topic running on Alliance. Jamerson. Just looking at some of their stats there, that is a performance, maybe one of the best that we have seen. One of the best that we have seen on land.
Yeah, I mean, it's great coming back to Apex Legends for me because, you know, as much as things have changed, rosters have changed, this iteration of Alliance is completely different. This is the kind of potential we've always seen out of Alliance, and especially I think that harkens back to Hawkins' shot calling. The first 2 games were a little bit shaky, but the third, you gotta admit, definitely made up for those first 2.
Absolutely, and one of the things, Graceful, as we take a look at these overall standings that Hawkins has done so well. Is he's led this team through different iterations of itself. I kind of look at it like Zero in a way, where you've got Sharky, you've got JMW one of these times, you've got Jim Burton missing out, still finding a way to win. And Hal's done the same thing. Hawkins, he's in that category of elite IGL. Now adding Unlucky, still getting the job done at land to mix in with effect after losing Yuki, a long time big member of their team.
Hawkins has been doing such a good work just because he's leading the charge at the front. He's always in the fight. I don't know if you actually saw in that previous photo, but they were a part of every single kill together except one. One of them wasn't a part of the 20 plus kills, but they were just doing that damage together and not solo. And
about how we're going to start seeing our teams getting seeded into that
Yep. They just landed those buildings?
Yeah, they landed buildings.
Landed
buildings.
Shall we choose an upgrade, new team?
I need to cipher this fucking
Vector,
sentry.
I have a 2 to 4 for you. If you need.
We take the fight to them.
Havoc right here.
Can't, enemy.
Shield cell
Havoc.
here. Energy ammo here.
I have no bats. Get bats for this fight.
It also cannot be them too. It could just be a random team. Okay.
Definitely is up.
It's most likely them, but like it could
I think
also.
they're on prowlers. They're on prowlers. They're doing prowlers. We can fuck them up. He's just sitting on the height of prowlers. On the height of prowlers.
Charging.
I think they're fighting somebody. Unless they're shooting prowlers. I'm charging.
I'm super far. I'm super far.
Back.
Evac.
On you? Or?
Yep. 17.
Bro. What?
Can you use him?
No, yeah.
Who is that? I'm just getting thirsted.
I'm moving.
You grab man. Yeah. It's 2 different horizons. We're getting teamed.
Standing on us. Go back to the building.
Run to the building.
Go back to the building.
Run to the building.
Oh, it gets explosion.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll beat them on the building.
Call Moby, force them to push.
What is this fucking... I get cracked. I get cracked. Are they?
On me. Please, land on me.
Getting double teamed.
Yeah, wait.
Wait, that first team, that's not even them, right? No, that's not even them.
Follow me.
Who is this?
Playing nicely, sharing that space, and then ending up benefiting for it because of where that zone shift was going to be. And we could see when we were looking at the map before we took a break that everyone had already shifted in to some solid positioning and wasn't pushing it.
Yeah, I'll go into that further when we resume the game, just while it's paused, in case any of the coaches or players have headphones off. But certainly those guys who were dropping and splitting themselves up on the southern side will be pretty happy. I think Disguised are going to be frustrated about this one and kind of looking over their shoulders a little bit. What was brilliant, though, was Alliance, by doing that, Tom Young Kung probably thought it was someone dropping from the wall. They probably thought it was a fight, an engagement that was happening from another squad, and they thought, okay, we've got free KP here, and it was just an extremely well-planned decision from Alliance. And they've already qualified for the winners bracket. When we talk about cutoffs of points around 95 to 100, we're taking a guess, but the likes of Aurora, the likes of Alliance, they are sucking the points out of these lobbies, which might lower that threshold just a little bit.
And we can see just how calm and confident Alliance are looking right now, not only based off of their performance, but probably based off that decision, because they got exactly what they wanted. Like you said, there was potential for them to go after Serenity, who were landing up at wall as well. They decided to try and take that up towards North Pad, and now as we check in with the rest of our squads, you got to see the complexity piece, right?
I did.
Rain Day's epic rollerblading skills as well.
I would have been very sad if I'd missed the complexity piece. It was a work of art, so for everyone who was involved in that, thank you very much. I was able to witness it. And complexity
Complexity, well, for them, moving over to Storm Point is a good thing. They are one of our better Storm Point teams. I always talk about who's good at World's Edge, who's good at World's Edge, who's good at Storm Point. Throughout regular season and throughout this tournament, Complexity have looked better on Storm Point, but they're not the only ones. Alliance, Project Winity, Red Rams, they are our 3 best Storm Point performing teams, not just in this lobby, in this entire tournament. So to have all 3 of them featuring here means that this is going to be difficult to pick up points if you're those squads that are kind of hovering around that threshold at the moment of trying to break through that 20th position.
Which is another reason we were interested to see what was going to be going on with the Red Ram side of things when it came to that contest up at Lightning Rod. The fact that they have it to themselves now kind of opens up a lot of opportunity for them to completely switch up how they've been playing things. They don't need that early game aggression now. They can actually completely work their pathing around getting their Evo shields up in a solid position and then kind of play the edge of that zone.
Yeah, Red Rams on 86 points at the moment. So if that cutoff is around 95 to 100, they're not far away from doing it. And again, I think that's why Alliance kind of left Red Rams to their own devices and said, let's try and delete Disguised instead. But Red Rams, they had a rough first 3 games on World's Edge. So the momentum, the confidence isn't going to be there. A few bad games here, there is still a possibility they could drop into that bottom 20 once we've had the rest of the groups resolve a little bit later on today. So they really need just 1 game. That's all they need. 1 good game, Red Rams, and they will be in a great position to get into that winner's bracket.
And we've seen that's absolutely doable on behalf of Red Rams. Absolutely doable on behalf of Red Rams in KP alone if they really want to over the next 3 matches. So they also have to be feeling very, very confident in what could potentially happen. And as we get that 10-second timer up there on the screen, it's almost time for us to get back into this match and hopefully see how TYK and Alliance resolve things.
Yeah, Alliance on the low ground. TYK have the upper side of things, but it's whether they've got any utility to work with after their aggressive push onto the previous Disguise. But now you can already see Ult goes down straight away and Tomyukung straight into the action.
It looks like they didn't want to have to wait much longer to make sure they pushed into this engagement. Some really nice shots out of Effect doing work, but Dexter is able to take him down. Alliance now down to 2.
They have 2. And are we just going to see now the ability for Alliance to close in on the 2 remaining players who are going to get singed by this ring? And you can see Alliance dancing around at the moment saying, should we actually go for the res to try and get back up to a full 3?
Definitely a little bit of back and forth. You're going to be able to stick that res and get the squad back up. And TYK don't look like they want to go too crazy. They're trying to make the move and battery needs to be popped, and now they're down to 2 themselves. Dexter looking to see if he can do any damage down below.
Yeah, this was smart from Alliance just to make sure you've got the extra player now and having Effect back on his feet. We know how powerful Effect is in any engagement, but especially these close combat 3 versus 3s or 3 versus 2s now as Alliance begin to make their move in, and there we go, yet again another player from TYK falls.
Effect also down, but Alliance look like they're able to turn the tables this time onto TYK as they're able to clean this up, eliminate a squad, and now in that area they've gotten rid of 2 of the threats. They've owned this entire north end, and they'll be able to rotate away from here.
Yeah, really important really for Alliance now just to start getting rid of other teams that could be a potential threat to them as the tournament goes on. Tomyukung, who were in 29th place outside of those top 20 spots right now, will need to go into match 5 and 6 to try and find some points. So there's the circle we were talking about. We're heading down south. Those who kind of split Coastal, Echo, Pylon, they all would have had priority to move into this zone, find some of the best positions. And we're going to get about 10 to maybe even 12 teams here who are already finding somewhere to call home.
Now checking in with SSG. One of those squads that did move into the next circle pretty early down there in Coastal Camp. They're over by Moist right now, but everyone is going to start coexisting, using these caustic barrels to their advantage. If they don't have to make any aggressive moves, they won't. There's so many teams in this general area that need those points on the board to secure winners bracket that I think we're going to start to see a little bit more reserved. We're going to start to see a little bit more reserved gameplay.
See a lot of teams at the moment running energy weapons. In general, the Havoc has been the most popular weapon used throughout this tournament. The Nemesis not that far behind. I think it's around fourth statistically. And the Havoc, you could see it in that Alliance fight, the difference it can make, not only with its clip size, but also with how hard it hits in the right hand. In effect, putting it to full use. Now, Circle is going to continue pulling south, but it looks like it's going to be slightly southeast, which is good news for those who were a little bit further on that eastern side.
BR Demons also making their move. Everybody in blue right now, as they're one of the farther out teams, slow rotating through. Potential for them to cross paths with a couple squads depending on which choke and which path they decide to take. But right now, just making sure that they're looted up enough to make it where they want to go.
Yeah, you can see there's about 6 teams on the northern side at the moment who are all going to be moving in late. Complexity, though, are a team who certainly could make some real damage because it's Monsoon. It's Monsoon and it's the Sentinel. It's two things that go together very well in a sentence. He was able to tag out, but you can also see they are under a little bit of stress at the moment, holding a fairly strong position. They've got some high ground. They are in the circle, but you can see the Bangler ultimate just forces them away, and they have to make a move.
Honestly, a really solid decision there, getting away from Wonton Dumpling and finding themselves a little bit of safe space. To heal themselves up after taking that tiny bit of damage. You can see Wonton Dumpling now having moved up into the area where Complexity was. They can hold it for a bit. They're only surrounded by a few teams, but Wonton Dumpling will definitely be looking down towards Complexity.
Yeah, Wonton, I think, will be pretty happy with this position. 13th in the moment in these current standings, but 30th overall in the standings. So again, they are outside of that. Top 20. They need to have a game. And I was expecting more from Wonton Dumpling. It has to be said, they were dominant in their region of APAC South coming into this playoff tournament. However, they've not found that same form. In fact, their form was so good, it was the best out of any region looking across the board in regular season. So if they can find even just half of that form in one of these games, maybe they can start to think about getting into that winners bracket.
Two teams that we've seen find some form themselves throughout a couple of these matches. We've got Geared Gaming and Omit over in the Pylon area. Trying to feel each other out, see what the choices are going to be made, and now we get to see Alliance. They've been able to get their shields up, and like we said, they've got this whole northern side to themselves as the last ones rotating in. So for now, they just kind of get to try and play third on anybody else that might get caught out on a late might get caught out on a late rotation.
Yeah, Alliance are just probably
Late rotation.
Yeah, Alliance are just probably going to rotate through Jurassic, hit a ring console, hit a survey beacon here or there just to get any information. As Aurora just doing Aurora things. By the way, crazy fact, we still haven't seen Aurora win a game, which seems crazy considering how many points Aurora are on, but yet to find a victory. As this is the teams you were mentioning earlier. This is where we're going to have a lot of scuffles in this northeast area, just a little bit further out of the circle. Omit is going to be holding down this building. But they are being pressured at the moment.
They had some really nice shields heading into it, but Blast already in a really rough spot. Does go down, and Omit have a slight advantage. Or being a disadvantage here. They go out so fast, I can barely keep up with it. Geared Gaming is someone that's really impressed me this event because they were the regional winners out of South America. We talked about it a few times on the desk. Maybe didn't know what to expect out of them, and they've showed up time and time again.
With those kills, by the way, Geared Gaming send themselves into the top 20, only 5 positions behind Omit. So those kind of fights are going to be so important as now Heroes, they're taking their engagement. But you can see on the other side, it's Red Rams who are going to be involved in this one, and it doesn't matter if you make the man cannon. You are going to be sent swiftly off of the map with some good shots coming out. And now, just plenty of action in the same kind of areas where Omit had previously gone down. Wanton Dumpling now getting involved in this one. Again, you're going to see the Mastiff be put to use here from the APAC South team, but can they actually get the final bit of damage to put them ahead here?
Trying to see if they may get some heals up here and continue back and forth with this poke damage. We also did see Heroes go down in the kill feed, and that's going to be rough for Heroes as they were in 32nd heading into this match. Another one of those teams that needs to get some points on the board if they want to try and avoid that elimination bracket. Wanton Dumpling do manage to get some time to reset here.
They need to reset as well, because you've got Geared Gaming, you've got BRD, you've got Serenity. They're all going to be on that northeastern side from Pylon. Yes, they might come from above, but now Alliance, we can check back in with them. They've lost one. There's Cloud9 on the other side here.
Cloud9 are going to see if they can push this advantage. Absolutely. They're another team down in the 30s. They need to get some points on the board. Taking out Hackis is going to be huge. We can see Effect trying to use this kid to maybe dissuade this push. Getting some nice angles on behalf of Unlucky, as well as that Arcstar does come out. You can see they still kept the Conduit trying to go for those contestants. As they drop down, it's just Unlucky trying to hold on, unable to do so. Cloud9 took a huge fight.
But sadly, there is more players to the party. The Aurora have just joined the fight elsewhere. Red Rams and Serenity also going up against each other. So much engagement in the mid-game right now, as Serenity should be able to hold out Red Rams in the red, keep them away from them, and just hold on to this position on the east.
Really nice opportunity, like you're saying, for some gatekeeping here out of Serenity. Setting up a little bit of a smoke wall there and waiting to see what they can potentially pounce on. Meanwhile, Aurora, yet again, in another back and forth. You can see Chaotic much going down in the kill feed. Aurora now moving in to see what they can do with it, but they lose OJ. Hardeki trying to see if he can maybe help from the other side of this wall. And 9imps playing a little bit of defense. Definitely have absolutely ruined what C9 was planning here.
Yeah, sadly going up against a Lifeline team as well. Even if you get that knock, if it is not the Lifeline you want the lifeline, you are not going to be having a fun time. Quite a trial by fire for Cloud9 to have to go up against Alliance and then Aurora, two of the teams who don't really care about fighting at the moment. They've got enough points. They're just in this game to ruin it for everyone else right now, which is what Aurora have been doing this entire tournament, it feels.
If you weren't here yesterday where you watched them drop on 3 separate teams and locations, go back and watch that VOD because they have been playing out of their minds so far in this group stage, finding themselves in another fight, continuing to just try and bowl through anyone that's in front of them. This time it's BR Demons. And they're able to take down one, continuing to move through. Another drops down onto Hardeki, cleans that one up with barely any effort, and Aurora are looking unstoppable.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire, but it might just be okay. For Aurora as they're able to get the wipe on to BR Demons, but Wonton Dumpling, they've been waiting here for quite some time, and they will continue to dominate this area, taking out Aurora. Cloud9 also will fall. 10 squads now remain, and we can start to think about good placement points for the teams that remain in this game.
Like you're saying though, when those massive fights are happening for the likes of Aurora who doesn't need them, it shakes things up for the rest of the lobby, opening up an opportunity for teams like Wonton Dumpling to get the points they need. Another squad gonna be looking for that. It is Passion. They're kind of keeping themselves right in this choke area, knowing they've got at least one.
Look at the Blues for Inlorda. They are not going to be favorites in any fight. That's why the Bubble's going to have to come down and maybe take a close range engagement, but they're holding on to it. Finally, Bubble will come in. Maybe Riddle could do something. No, they cannot. 3 squads now remain. Riddle out of here, and Liquid Alienware still are holding the high ground, just watching over everything.
They have been so calm on this entire end zone. They've been watching everybody else make their choices, reacting to them and doing it flawlessly. Right now, still looking down on everybody below them, trying to do whatever damage they can before they are absolutely forced to drop. You can see those pings coming out. They know where everybody else is. Smokes to try and block some of that vision. Nice quick little snap onto the team directly below them. Hagwada trying to do what he can. Meanwhile, the flatline still putting in work for Yanya. Complexity does go down. It's all down to Liquid Alienware. And they close out match number 4.
What a performance from Liquid Alienware. A southern zone on Stormpoint going their way. Who would have thought it? We've seen this story before, and you can see what it means to them. A victory like that, a performance like that, sending them up into around the top 7 in the overall standings. They can start to think about that winners bracket already. It's so important to get these points on the board.
I don't think they did a single thing wrong in that situation. Anytime they got pressured, they handled it beautifully. They maintained the position that they wanted to keep. They played slow and intelligently. That was a beautiful showing of everything we knew that Liquid Alienware was capable of, even if they had a slower start on day 1.
Do you know what the first thing they did was? That was right, moving away from Pylon. It was something that you highlighted before we even got out of the dropship. They were potentially being contested at Pylon. They said, we don't want to have a contest. We don't feel like that should happen. And they moved to Coastal Camp. And then yes, okay, the circle did come their way, but one thing Liquid Alienware have always been good at is playing a circle that arrives on their doorstep. They know the best positions to hold, they know the weapons that they are going to need to do so, and they were able to get good Evo shields as well with the sniper rifles from all the teams that were arriving from the north. Very impressed with that performance from Liquid Alienware. That puts them up to 105 points in total, which I would think should be enough to get them into the winners bracket.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Liquid love in the crowd there as well, and they absolutely deserve it. This team has just been such a strong land presence, and someone that we've been keeping our eyes on for quite some time, knowing exactly what they're capable of. I feel like they've comfortable where they are in the overall ranking, so I'm excited to see what they choose to do, but we'll take a look at some stats comparison as well here. Liquid versus SSG, first and second place. And honestly, considering where Liquid started and where the zone ended, the fact that they're at almost 5k damage just shows how annoying they were from that high ground.
Oh, that sniper tower was everything for Liquid. You can see two very different games with the amount of damage that Liquid were able to output in the end, but SSG, the position they held on that southern side just allowed them to really dominate some space and ruin the game for a lot of other teams who did arrive a little bit later on. Only half the damage, but still not too far behind when it comes with points and kills. So I think SSG will be very delighted with that.
And you know, I don't know if we're saying enough, but SSG made a really smart choice. You know, they weren't probably going to be able to close that game out and made the push onto Not Moist. Get some more KP on the board, clear out that space, and at least hold on for a little bit longer as we now get to see where our teams are standing in our overall series. Liquid now at the very top with 47 points. Two above Alliance, and these teams starting to step away with it a little bit, but Aurora 20
bracket. Reject Winerty, SSG, Liquid Alienware, they should have done enough, especially with 2 games to go, but that's what we'll start to find out and discuss as we get further through these games of what we think that kind of cutoff is going to be for the winners bracket / elimination bracket.
All right, well, it'll be exciting to see if we start to get any
selection here, and there wasn't too many off-meta picks. I know we've seen a lot of Bangalore, Caustic and Bloodhound, but there's a few Watsons thrown into the mix. We actually have seen more Valkyries as the days have gone on as well, which has made a big difference to some of the rotations. And remember, we get the addition of the likes of Conduit. We did see Pathfinder come into the equation in these groups before as well because of the contest, but we didn't see the Barometer contest happen. So we'll have to see whether that goes down here in this match 5.
One team serve. We're making it, I think. Let it out, run out. We're done that.
Grab the end building.
I'm
got a Peter with the 1x2.
Yep. I have ult now. Nice. Evac.
Evac tower here. Tactical
Havoc. I've attacked out.
Charge rifle.
Do we have any pills here? No, we don't. No. This place is really not get pills. Hello. No, this UI.
I'll trade you for Peter.
I have an R9. They're playing the right side. Bring right side.
Yeah.
I hear. Right side building. Okay. Peter over here.
All right, get ready to go left, like cliff side and shit. Can we trade? Enemy?
Yeah, I'm coming. Where are you?
Up top.
Yeah, coming.
I need that energy mag. The laser. 2x4.
Laser sight here.
I'll use the 1x2 on this empty. Who's top?
Mid-range. Hit standard. Stop.
Okay, what are we doing?
We're gonna go left buildings. We're gonna go left. Go to the buildings. Fight them from the buildings. They're probably gonna go for cash. I'm putting right left. Yeah, I'm trying to stop them from getting cash.
Bingo and Nibbin, 85. Lane, low.
First, yeah.
So one. It took. The middle of smoke.
Horizon mid.
I can need that guy.
Yeah, Horizon's mid by yourself.
Selling. I'm wiking her.
Cracked Horizon, 88 white.
Five Flying, what? I have 30 flash! Coming. The guy's so far left. Can you see the guy?
Cracked blood.
I got him on the rock, Yep.
Cracked.
Nice. Far left. I have key.
far right.
Bangs on your left.
Cracked him.
I'm thirsting knock. I'm thirsting knock. I don't see bang.
Yeah.
I don't see bang.
Yeah, looking for.
It should be underneath it. Maybe running.
Yeah, running.
Okay.
Full running. Crack blood.
Yeah.
Let's loot this. Loot the side compound. Loot down here.
Blue having mag and purple light.
Yep, I'm good. I need energy.
Yep. Can I go out route or not? No, I'm probably too.
No,
I'm not out route.
Nah. They might try to grab banner. Grab the car.
Leveled up, dears. Shall we choose an upgrade, Newty? Oh, how do you like
I
that?
see you in.
Great pals.
I'm knitting. Did we kill Bangler? No.
No. I try to grab banner. We do need them dead. We can. We should just beat them in down here. I'm grabbing this bruiser. I have an extra 1x2.
I should presence. I'm going down.
We should beat them to this so they don't hold us at storm.
I'm not with you guys.
No.
You should be fine. Actually, I'm going back.
Down here. Havoc on me.
I'm coming to you guys now. Purple, take the car? Yeah, I'm coming. Purple. Okay, you have car, I'm going back.
Standard. Stop right here. Level 3.
Everyone's got favorites. And that's mine.
The blue helmet. This building. I'm gonna grab it real quick. I need energy. Mag. Oh, blue back here.
The white one.
The blue back here. I need that.
Backpack here.
I have.
Level 2. You're only as good as Karis and G here.
I'm 1-6. Alright, good job, guys.
4-8.
Hey, push.
5-8.
What's that?
Somebody just scanned to our right. 2x on me.
Get here.
I need the 2x.
Drop me 1x2 as well. Drop me an extra bat. Let's lock the fuck in, boys.
Shield battery
Where's?
here.
Nuke.
You need the battery?
Nuke it.
No.
I
have one. Yep. Can I grab this pill?
Somebody's scanning in front of us. Get ready.
Me pills? I mean, car or no?
Yeah. Green car. Skin.
He just zipped up. He just
Hey.
up to down. Up.
Me back in.
Wait, I gotta. Wait, it might not be them.
Yeah. That's what we're gonna see with the evac. You might have to go right and left in the zone.
I'm coming.
I don't see anybody. Different team. Go around in zone. Grab the car. Grab the car. And come to me. Somebody grab the car.
I got it.
Playing on expert difficulty.
Yeah, where are we going?
This way. We're doing our perp.
That's just a rank game, guys. Like, fucking calm down.
Go grab this.
Evil harvester.
I ran the launch pad here.
I can't get in.
I run the launch pad here. We should get out of the whip. A little bit up.
No. I don't know if we play with car. No, we shouldn't.
No more whip.
Okay.
I don't see anybody in the roof.
No bird. We got bird. I have a bird.
Scanning now. Scanning now.
I'm gonna grab the Siva.
I think it's a guy that's right.
It'd be a good idea to go there.
So, I got him.
Pylon, walk pylon.
We wanna wrap back up. We wanna wrap back up this way.
Center right here.
We wanna wrap back up. We wanna wrap back up.
I need to grab something.
The duo's up here.
I got purple
They're
heavy
gonna
back.
play. We're gonna be able to wrap the nuts up top. Let's grab the car. Let's go.
No,
Wait, where is the car?
No,
Wait,
no,
where is the car?
No, it's in
Fine,
the zone.
let's just go. Let's go. Let's just go. Let's go.
Hit cannon. I think we hit cannon.
Yeah, hit cannon. Hit cannon. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna get purple. We're gonna keep coming this way.
No, wait for enemy. Wait for enemy. We should be on the same timing. Heal full. Heal full.
Yep.
Enemy.
I mean, what? Take one tall? I have two.
I have you. I have you.
That's not good. Well, they know. We can't craft. We can't craft. We don't have time.
Do it now?
No. 1 minute. How many medkits do we have?
One.
Two. 6 syringes.
We'll try to get.
How many syringes?
Give me an extra one from up here.
Extended supply bin there.
I have an R3. By the way.
Bird?
No. No.
Caustic
fire
Barrel
line.
might have turned on us.
No, I'm gonna use.
Caustic Barrel might
R3.
turn. Turn. Caustic Barrel might turn. What do you get?
Where's your turn?
I'm kind of playing safe.
I was anybody in building.
Bird right
They
here.
might have turned. Might have turned.
UIK side.
Catch it. Let's go. Catch it. Let's go right.
Oh my. I
So
leveled
far
up.
right here. Extra
Medkit.
medkit. We can wrap it.
Medkit
We
here.
can wrap wall. It's just gonna be a duo in our nut. It's the duo. They're gonna play nut. They're gonna play nut.
You got me extra syringes.
Let's head in that direction, darlings.
I need more energy.
I have 120. What do you got?
Pop it. Syringe design right now. Oh, you're ahead. You're ahead.
I have 120. What do you got?
I'm at 60, but I'm sure we can find some in the way in.
And evac. Good. Trip evacs.
We
We're
got it.
evac.
Oh, I fucking ulted. No way. I'm scanning.
All good, all good. It's just a duo we have to kill anyway. We're gonna insta evac scan.
The bird.
I'm putting it away from the building.
Team right here.
I'm putting it away from the building.
Yep. Whole team. They're still holding the entire thing.
That's a bad evac.
We might not be able to.
Yeah,
Let's just slide it.
I don't think we
Alright,
can.
let's go left.
Who's spiders?
Go left. Yeah, we'll play for spiders.
I'm doing one spider for purple.
Yeah. Good spiders will play from up here. This is not a bad spot. We can also evac from here and do the wall wrap.
Any energy
Wait,
back?
your team with 45, the duo died. That's the res. No, they died.
I'm talking about right here.
I don't see what I get at.
I think the duo died.
Anyone be behind us? No, probably not, right? No energy, Mike?
I'll see.
Fuck that, I can energy, Mike.
Laser on me.
I need a stabilizer.
We're gonna want to fight those buildings, but
Let me know
I
we're
think
moving.
there should be people to our left.
I don't have ult. I don't have ult. If you have
Watch
ult
your
to
back.
sell?
No.
I do.
Watch your
But I
back,
don't
watch your
want
back.
to use it. I don't want to use it this early.
You just give it to me so I can pop it if you need.
I pray to God it pulls back, please. For the one fucking time. We need it.
We're gonna slam these buildings. How the fuck did the duo die?
I TYK died.
Nobody's in here. Unless they got
on our beacon, on our beacon.
Did they res anywhere? Is Zeus?
On our beacon, on our beacon.
This team might fight us. This team might fight us.
Still end up here.
Yeah.
I'm watching them.
We
Laying
can't
down.
really. We can't really
40,
help
40,
you.
yeah, 40, 40. They're kind of sliding down. Heading for 40 as well.
Yeah. Get back. We don't want building to walk up on us.
They jump off. I think they jumped off.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Wait, someone watch right.
We can't really watch right.
Taking a little bit of space. Taking a little bit of space.
Didn't pull.
Fine. We have an evac.
Is them evacing? No.
Didn't we just fight this team now?
I think we could probably get Godrock for free. I'm not even capping.
How?
Pretty sure we could just fly over and land. Fly over and land on it.
I mean,
Yeah,
do
we
we
can
go?
play it
Do
this
we go
early.
take zone? Do we go take zone? I can go. Zone? I can go.
Let's go up, let's go up here.
I can
Go up here. Yeah, yeah.
I can
Go up here. Yeah, yeah. Hit it.
Perhaps we shift
Hit
our
it.
orbit this way.
All right, well, this is about to be an insane fight. I want to see exactly how the duo left on Moist is going to handle this one.
I'm doubting. I'm here. Stand by netting. Get it! I got bad netted. Get traps here, keep getting traps, keep getting traps here, keep getting traps. I'm dead. Just shoot, I'm dead. Just chill in the knock. Can we crawl back, maybe? I'm blocking left. Just chill in knock. Do we keep crawling back? I'm not sure. That's what.
It's all down to Gil trying to keep Not Moist alive. Gil trying to keep Not Moist alive right now, backing off, not able to get any sort of a recovery here, able to have a little bit of loot left over to survive the chaos that's being rained down on him right now as everyone collapses towards this general vicinity to try and clean up what they can. Not Moist is eliminated. Heroes on an insane push through, and all they have to do is clean up just one more. Will they be able to close it out? And Heroes get match number 5.
And what a comfortable victory it was in the end for Heroes. It was being in the right place at the right time with full red armors. It sounds really easy when you put it that way, but that is a big victory for their chances at winners bracket. Actually, that victory puts them into 20th spot as it stands, but we know that being in 20th is not going to be good enough. Still with 2 groups to play later on today. Heroes, though, they can start to think about how now they maneuver their way into match 6, and maybe, just maybe, they can still make that dream run into winners bracket.
We knew those teams that were desperately looking to make their way into the top 20 were going to have a big push. Well, Heroes played that beautifully, opportunistic at the right times every single time in those last few rings, and that was exactly what they needed. Now, can they continue that into the last match of the series? Let's see.
Well, Heroes have really benefited from the fact they haven't had to be contested at Barometer. When we saw groups go down earlier on yesterday, the Passion UA versus Heroes contest really hurt Heroes, and they lost it. They were changing composition, they were changing everything. Now they're not contested here on Storm Point. They find a victory, and they give themselves a chance. As I mentioned, not going to be quite enough right now, you don't think, but there is still that opportunity going into match 6. That's all you want, right? You want to go into at least the last match with an opportunity to still get yourself out into that top 20.
Getting an opportunity to look at Heroes right now as they enjoy a really solid match number 5. Right next to them, we've got Not Moist, who honestly did really well in those final moments. They had some decent aggression. They tried to make that push in, and they just got caught out in a bad spot once they were down to 2.
But a good amount of points for Not Moist, pushing them into the top 10 of the overall leaderboards. 97 points they find themselves on, which again could be around the cutoff is my prediction. So we'll have to see whether that comes through. But with one more match still to play, Not Moist poised themselves perfectly for their chances as well. And you're going to hear me talking about it a lot, especially going into match 6 here. I will be able to say which teams are going into the elimination bracket, because if you don't reach that top 20 when you're eliminated here in these two groups, you're guaranteed to be in that elimination. You're guaranteed to be in that elimination bracket with 2 teams still left to play. So this is where you really have to put your best foot forward. If you've not been taking risks in the previous 5 games, maybe you have to start doing something. Maybe you have to start doing something a little bit differently here in match 6.
We've seen Alliance trying to play a little bit of a spoiler role. I mean, even to the point where we're watching Aurora have these insane fights, just kind of lying in wait like sharks in the water, going after some of these open kills when they're in a situation where they don't really need them, but they are making it that much harder for the rest. They are making it that much harder for the rest of the teams at the bottom to get the points they need. Every time they're taking one away and sponging up those opportunities, it's that much harder.
Well, imagine practicing throughout scrims, throughout the entirety of regular season at Northpad, dropping there, and suddenly then you get dropped on by Alliance, and Disguised have to shift their attention and suddenly drop over towards Lightning Rod, right? Things have entirely changed for Disguise, and it was all because of Alliance being a little bit mean, but understandably so.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series group stage of our Split 1 playoffs, where we are actually nearing the end of said stage. Specifically, only one match left in our second series here today, live from the Galen Center in Los Angeles. California, and we have seen cooler and cooler things happening every single match. This time it's been Alliance that's really been bringing it to some of our teams.
Yeah, it feels like it's been the EMEA teams that have kind of been pushing the boat out a little bit, and I don't want to be, a true Brit, a true European and back us, but EMEA as a region, we've struggled at times when we've got to these playoff situations. It has been dominated by North America or APAC South, depending on which way you want to look at it at times. And EMEA just seem to have found that kind of fire that maybe they needed, and sometimes it is about being aggressive at the right times and asserting dominance in certain areas, whether that be your POI or whether it just be trying to push a team away that could really threaten you in future games, or threaten you in future games, should I say. So match 6 is going to be a really interesting one. The teams that we will obviously keep an eye on are those that are kind of around that 20th position, but also those that are starting to close in on those really high amount of points, 100+ points, which we hope should secure them a spot in the winners bracket.
Well, you're talking about aggression at the right times. You're talking about, really making those pushes. Heroes is a team that just did that. In this last match. We'll take a look back at the final circle and everything that went down, because I said it when we're
with their chances of getting into the winners bracket.
And you can see just how good of a job they did kind of splitting everybody up to collapse in on that final player so they could clean up the win. And it couldn't have been any more perfectly timed. You keep talking about the bubble. They were one of those teams who was teetering around the bubble area after performance like that. They're definitely a much safer footing. I don't think they're confirmed yet, but what they need is another performance like that now in the last match if they want to be safe.
Yeah, another win would just about get them there, I think. But again, that's us predicting and guessing what the cutoff is going to be. Now, I'm sure there's mathematicians, statisticians that are at home and can give you a more accurate...
That's what you are. You're the mathematician.
Yeah, but they've got calculators and stuff. I don't have that right now. Maybe production needs to give me a calculator, because that really wouldn't help, actually. Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where when we get into the next series with the next set of groups and people start to score, you realize where that points total is going to be to get into the top 20. So we just predict now it's going to be around kind of 95 to 100, but it could get kind of shorter and it could get lessened if we see teams start to gobble up those points.
Yeah, if it's Alliance and the Auroras and everyone who heading into match number 4 was already looking quite comfortable, if they can continue taking those away from these other teams, not only does it lower that threshold, but in general it makes it harder for people to reach it and be where they want to be when it comes to the bubble, because they're losing out on these opportunities to continue getting those points. One of those teams who we saw completely change their playstyle because of what was happening to them was Disguised. Alliance was kind of going after them, and they tried to opt for a more passive play style in the last match to see if they could at least maybe get some more points on the board through their placements.
And Disguised, a very big fan base, not just in the arena, but in general. Of course, Timmy, with his incredible content creation and his incredible streams, is going to have
that unplanned chaos. Obviously, they're kind of strategize for what could potentially happen, but where teams start completely dropping
were able to kind of watch where Disguised went previously in match number 4, but in match number 5, Disguised saw Alliance dive out over towards Northpad and said, well, actually, let's just stay in the dropship. We'll now switch things over to Lightning Rod. If we get a kind of dropship that doesn't allow them to watch one another, then suddenly it becomes a little bit more of a guessing game. And I'm wondering where Alliance go here. Like, is it a double bluff? Do you go back to Lightning Rod, or do you continue to try and grief at Northpad?
I feel like on the side of Alliance, the world is their oyster. They can at this point pretty much do whatever they want. If there's a different team that they'd like to go after or a different drop spot they want to try, they absolutely can. The same way that we saw Aurora do it literally even earlier on in the competition yesterday, as we now get to take a look at the series results where everyone is starting to land here. 54 points the way of Alliance. Aurora at 42. Moving down though, Not Moist continue to move up, and look at Heroes now in 7th for the series at 37 points. That's a massive boon for them. Cloud9, and there's another squad that tried to bring it to Alliance if they could. I mean, we're watching these teams really do what they can. We're watching these teams really do what they can. On the other side, you see, we keep mentioning them, Geared Gaming, even Wonton Dumpling, these teams really going for the kills and trying to get those additional points.
And even though it's still early days to talk about
Gaming, even Wonton Dumpling, these teams really going for the kills and trying to get those additional points.
And even though it's still early days to talk about match point, but of course that is how the tournament will conclude, and the teams that have been able to find victories throughout the tournament. Become favorites for match point. So when you look at Alliance, 4 wins so far in group stages compared they get there. If they get there, of course, they've still got to fight through. The winners bracket.
These are all conversations we've been having for the past 2 days. Whoa! Wasn't ready for that.
Is that a Roy pillow? How? Wonton dumpling pillow. Oh my god. That is something I definitely need in my life.
How? Wait, are those for sale?
I hope so. And if
take my money.
If I can get one, that means I can get 5. Means I can get 5, and I will be purchasing. I do love seeing the teams and the players just making sure they add a little bit something special and something extra to their booths, just to not just entertain themselves, but to entertain us during a little bit of downtime. Of course, apologies as we wait to get this one going. We will let you know as we get into the game, but the players I can see are all locked and loaded in the lobby. Something Onset and I have been discussing is I think we should start to make content around the conversations that the players have.
That's a dangerous
in the pre-game. It is a really dangerous game, but also as long as we censor things, could be a very entertaining one as well.
You and Nonset can spearhead that one, and let me know how that goes.
We will, and I think it could make us rich, so that's definitely going to be my plan going forward. Maybe I can make some new YouTube shorts on it. Now, all the players are just going to be waiting at the moment, and as we get into it, we will let you know. But in terms of drops, in terms of where these players have been going, I've been very impressed with the consistency out of the teams, especially those who have been kind of just holding on to their POIs and being a dominant force.
Yeah, and with this being the last match in the series, it's probably all or nothing for some of these teams, that last-ditch effort. So not only are we looking at the teams at the top of the table to be potential disruptors, but the teams towards the bubble or even towards the bottom that also want to do the same to try and change up what they've got going on for their current situation. Last minute fist bumps all around on behalf of the team that just won our last match in Heroes. Some stretches, getting the
and some
stretches
fist
in.
bumps. Fist bumps is always a good sign. That means the game's starting. That means the lobby is getting locked and it's getting loaded. So good news for those waiting at home and of course waiting here in the arena. By the way, the arena really has started to fill up here on Friday. I can't imagine how it's going to look on Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, all of you who have beta here on a weekday. On a weekday, why aren't you at work? Why weren't you at work? Actually, doesn't matter. I'm glad you're here. Because you can support some Apex Legends.
Any day that is an Apex LAN day is automatically a vacation day. That's the rule. That's the rule.
I've heard that's true. If your boss is watching, we'll just pretend we didn't show you on the camera. That's absolutely fine. They are the first 5 matches we had then, and you can see here Heroes with the latter to take a game. But it's going to be Storm Point once more for match number 6. This is do or die. This is going to be the last chance for some of these teams. Well, actually, for all of these teams to get points going into either winner's bracket or elimination bracket.
I am so excited to see what the results of this final match are, or what even the start of this final match is, because it could absolutely inform how it will all play out when it is all said and done. We saw the series standings as they are, where some of our teams have managed to catapult themselves to, like we've mentioned a few times, Heroes being one of those teams now. 7th in our series results here so far. Absolutely needing that type of a performance, but they will need to repeat it one more time.
These drops are going to be very important. For example, if Disguise were to die, if they were to get griefed and die on drop, they could be eliminated there and then, depending on which teams picked up points around them. So it is very nervy times for a lot of these teams, but we're into the drop ship. It's going to be a south to north drop ship, by the way, which does make it interesting for what's going to happen. Do you go north, Pat? Do you go Lightning Rod if you're Alliance here? I'm sure they're going to be holding this one out and just watching behind them, watching to see those trails to see maybe where Disguised are going to go. It's match 6, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the last chance for a lot of these teams to put points on the board in group stages.
I feel like you had something to do with this one here. You said we could potentially get a weird path off of the dropship that would maybe ruin the potential for these teams to have information now. As we're looking at this map, overhead, it's looking like we might be getting one last contest between Disguise and Alliance over at North Pad. Disguise have to be upset about this one.
Yeah, it's not a direct drop from Alliance, but Disguised, they of course like to spread themselves out from North Pad over then to the balls that you can see on the right hand side of your screen. While Alliance take the balls away by just dropping on them and making sure that that last player cannot do anything and won't be able to loot successfully. So this is a bad thing for Disguised. Elsewhere, you can see there's been an interesting drop here. SSG moving up to Lightning Rod. So everyone just throwing things and throwing their weight around at the moment, saying, you know what, screw the gentleman agreement we had earlier on. We're going to drop wherever we would like.
But all that did was open up where SSG drops, meaning that Heroes have now moved over to Devastated Coast. That's going to be huge for a team that we're even that contest between Red Rams and SSG, depending on how it goes, in a really solid position as well. And then dead center at Stormcatcher with information at their disposal is HAO.
Poor Red Rams, they can't catch a break either. They've just been expecting to maybe go up against Disguised Lightning Rod, and suddenly Alliance were there, and then SSG are there. They're just inviting everyone to the party. But Circle, we're going to be heading in and around Stormcatcher, maybe just north of it. You can see Complexity already making their move just north of Stormcatcher. And maybe hold the height on it. HAO are also going to have the eastern side to work with right now, but the likes of the teams on the southern side, like Liquid Alienware, Wonton Dumpling, Heroes, Not Moist, they're going to be looking for those ring consoles to get information so that they can also move fast.
We were wondering how this would go. Red Rams definitely looking towards SSG right now. Riddle Order and BR Demons also potentially running into
They go by ramp, right?
Yeah. Below ground or ramp. Ramp. I think he's going down the low ground. Are you ready?
Yep.
Let's take space towards ramp.
He's in the
down
to
to
our
our
right.
Yeah.
To our right.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Get from high, we gotta get from
The thing across, the thing across, the thing
Keep coming.
across.
Keep coming.
We have a call. We have all
Down to
across.
our right. Down to our right. He's knocked or something. No, he's alive. Pass under.
5.
Alright, fine. Let's take it across. Fuck it. We gotta get that kill. I'm walking up on it.
There's a team right here. There's a team right here. There's a team right here. There's a team right here.
Kill this guy.
We gotta kill this guy.
Kill this guy, turn around, kill this guy, and then kill the other.
Yeah.
They scanned me. They scanned me.
Alright. We gotta kill this path.
Yep.
We gotta kill this path.
Yep.
We need KP here. We should come this way. Probably. I think they're gonna fight.
Yeah, I'm down.
He's running through zone. Zone. He's running through zone. Let's let him take the let him take the heat, and then we'll evac. We'll evac and fight whoever's up here.
We can do it now, no?
Yep.
Do it now. We don't have time.
He's not dead. He didn't die. Nobody's down here.
Yep.
Nobody's down here.
Yep.
He did not die unless he's sitting in a corner.
I think no. There's 2 AK now.
I'm playing in the pocket. I'm playing this pocket.
Yep.
He's below. He's behind us somewhere. He's behind us somewhere probably. He's behind us somewhere probably.
Scan. Don't shoot, Joe. Come up. We need to get.
Right,
We need to get space here.
Yep. I didn't get it. Did anybody get a tag on him?
No. But yeah, I
We can go right.
Yep. We can play the height. We can play the height of it.
There's a trap.
We can play the height of the nut.
Is it not true?
Oh, wait, what? They don't know. Walk up together. I'm crouching. Don't move.
We should play the height of it. The ridge. They know.
No.
Blood.
30.
1.
It's all good.
I'm ulting.
Cracked.
Gyung.
Let them go in. We're safe down here.
We're safe on my ridge right here,
Play this ridge. We play this ridge.
A team flew in deep.
Yep.
Team flew in deep.
Yep. We gotta play this ridge and focus left. I'm gonna get Yep. We gotta play this ridge and focus left. I'm gonna get up on the nut.
Yep. There's a team over here, Design. Watch out.
Yeah, I know. I'm playing on the nut. I'm watching to the right.
What about the 500 around us?
Right is free. Path is not behind.
On you.
Far left.
By yourself. We can't help.
On you. I'm looking.
Focus that. Play safe, play safe.
Over here, at the tree.
Yep. Focus left, focus left. She's on there. She's on there rock. I'm marking her.
Careful, you're getting laser focused.
Keep scanning me so I don't get fucking killed.
I'm watching you.
Stay full.
Yep.
Yep.
Don't get laser focused. Watch the shot.
They might try to swing out on me.
Yep, I'm watching your back door.
Keep scanning me.
I can't. On you. Scanning. He can't do that. He's gonna get shot at. You can play that roof again.
Okay.
fate hunts you today.
All who run are mine! Time to take what's ours! Wouldn't wish my fate on anybody. Destiny halts for no one.
I herald the greatest blessing.
Destiny halts for no one. destination is clear.
Spirits are calling. Spirits are calling. Fate hunts you today.
chase!
I will not hold back.
I herald the greatest blessing.
The weft and we, the fate guides.
Hordes spoil the chase!
A prayer for their souls. Torn from the night. Fate hunts you today.
My destination is clear.
Forget the past. It only clouds the future.
mission is clear.
Well, that was satisfying.
Death is not always a release.
Well, that was satisfying. I herald the greatest blessing.
Out of darkness, the moon is born anew.
No prison can hold me.
The last time I ate a plant was never. Time to take what's ours! Steel and spirit! reason can hold me. Who's next?
I want to see everything.
Death is not always a release.
Fate hunts you today.
The web and we, the fate guides.
Birds spoil the chase.
This story is not yet finished.
I herald the greatest blessing. your journey or die in mine. The fallen only make me stronger.
Our wills align.
Our home team is on the back foot, but don't count them out.
I find them unworthy.
Witness true strength.
Light him up.
Their fates sealed by my hand.
My destination is clear. Death is not always a release.
Light him up.
direction is clear.
Try to keep up.
Such potential!
The grave is your home.
Forget the past. It only clouds the future.
Witness true strength. Death is not always a release.
No prison can hold me.
Out of darkness, the moon is born anew.
The fallen only make me stronger.
story is not yet finished. No one is promised tomorrow.
My destination is clear.
story is not yet finished.
destination is clear. The last time I ate a plant was never. We all end the same.
This is the part where you run. The fallen only make me stronger.
The last time I ate a plant was never. Ready for this?
Wouldn't wish my fate on anybody.
Death is not always a release. Death is not always a release.
Steel and spirit.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The grave is your home.
Too easy.
vision can hold me.
Forget the past. It only clouds the future.
I prove them right? Monsters are everywhere.
As you wish. I herald the greatest blessing.
This story is not yet finished.
destination is clear.
And you thought it was just a harmless breeze. The dawn will know the night's silence.
Start the show!
Make way! Those flames are the real deal!
No prison can hold me.
Forget the past. It only clouds the future.
And you thought it was just a harmless breeze. By your command.
confronts you today.